Over the past couple of years, I've undergone extensive and deep research into charting all and any relevant information regarding the Silent Hill franchise. With this, I thought I'd compile a 4-hour facts video that spans across each subsequent entry. This video will go in depth into the history, lore, secrets, Easter eggs, and so much more for the sake of your viewing pleasure and convenience. I also went ahead to remove or lower loud audible sounds to allow for sleep aid and relaxation for those that use my videos for sleep, work, or however they please. Chapters will be provided in the description below for those interested in an entry, as this is a very long video. As always, please sit back, relax, and enjoy. While in the main menu, select the Options menu. Next, press either L2 or R2 to activate the extra options. The extra options allow for much more customability towards Harry's movement when it comes to more advanced controls such as weapon, view, retreat, or walk/run. However, the point of interest here is a couple of unique unlockable options that change the gameplay in a significant way. Self-view mode is first unlocked by completing the game at least once, regardless of whatever ending you receive. Once self-view is selected, you must hold L2 to shift to this unique perspective where the camera is locked behind Harry's head, working similarly to an over-the-shoulder camera angle. Bullet Adjust functions as a bullet multiplier, adding additional ammo capacity to each firearm, such as the handgun, shotgun, or hunting rifle. This is unlocked by completing the game at least once, regardless of the ending. By doing so, it unlocks ×1 and ×2. In total, the maximum capacity the bullet adjust is set to is ×6. To reach this maximum bullet adjustment, you must complete the 4 other endings in-game upon each consecutive playthrough. There are approximately 5 endings. Upon completing the game, you can unlock the Next Sphere playthrough. Next Sphere acts as a new game plus, allowing for multiple subsequent playthroughs to unlock different weapons, new difficulty modes, and endings. By starting your next playthrough, you can access 2 previously inaccessible weapons seen in your first playthrough, the chainsaw and the rock drill. To access these weapons, however, you first need to acquire the gas tank, as this is needed to fuel both weapons individually. The gas tank is accessible by entering the garage located next to Hell gas station. Once the gas tank is acquired, it can be used to power either the chainsaw or rock drill. However, the caveat is that you can only power one of these weapons, and you can carry only one of them for the duration of the playthrough. For example, if you choose the chainsaw for the second playthrough, then you would have to play on a third playthrough to use the gas tank again on the rock drill. Unfortunately, not only can you use the gas tank as fuel to properly use these as weapons, but you cannot have these weapons simultaneously in your inventory. However, once on a 4th playthrough, upon using the gas tank on both the chainsaw and rock drill previously, then the gas tank will not be necessary to fuel these respective weapons and instead can be used without it. Both weapons will also be seen in your inventory as opposed to individually. The chainsaw can be found on Block Street in the Cut Right Chainsaw store through a smashed window. The chainsaw acts and functions as a melee weapon that deals significant damage upon using it on the monsters in game by slicing them in half instantly. To turn on and use, hold the R2 button and tap the X button to input standard swings. Alternatively, you can hold the X button to enact a downward slash with a chainsaw. The rock drill can be found on the first floor of the O-Ridge control room. The rock drill functions similarly to a firearm. As Harry holds the weapon towards an enemy, he stands still to bait the monster into running into the drill to deal damage to themselves. To use, hold the R2 button and press X to stab enemies with a forward motion to extend its range. The katana can be found in a locked side room in the 11th Street house that is only accessible upon completing the game with a good and bad ending. Once both of these endings have been completed, Harry can enter the previously locked side room in 11th House Street to find a Japanese-themed room with a katana. The katana functions as a melee weapon with significant and heavy damage output that instantaneously kills an enemy upon impact. It has phenomenal range that provides effective distance between Harry and the monsters if used correctly. To use, hold the R2 button to raise the katana and press X to perform standard melee swings. By holding the X button, you can perform a downward slash. A recurring running gag seen throughout the Silent Hill series is the joke ending called UFO ending. Typically, the UFO ending is a secret ending that is unlocked through specific requirements that mostly see the player having to use a channeling stone as a means to contact and summon the Greys, the aliens of the Silent Hill universe, at various locations throughout the story. To unlock the UFO ending, you must complete the game once, then start the game on a second playthrough to find the aforementioned channeling stone in the convenience store 8. Once this item is obtained, you'll have to use it at 5 different locations throughout the story. The first location is the rooftop of Midwich Elementary School during the nightmare sequence. The second location is the front entrance of Alchemilla Hospital during the nightmare sequence. The third location is the parking lot at Norman's Motel in the resort area. The fourth location is inside the boat cabin during the Nightmare Resort area sequence. The fifth and final location is at the Lakeside Pier Lighthouse, more specifically at the top of the lighthouse. If done correctly, you'll unlock the UFO ending. Here, Harry makes contact with the Greys, asking them if they have seen a little girl, referencing Cheryl, only to be met with getting incapacitated by a laser gun and held captive as their prisoner. From here, Harry would make subsequent appearances in future UFO endings such as Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. Upon completing the UFO ending, you get rewarded with the Hyper Blaster. This weapon is set in your inventory once starting a new playthrough after exiting Cafe 522. The Hyper Blaster has infinite ammunition, will automatically lock onto any enemy, has an excellent long range, and deals heavy damage. There are 3 variations of the laser for the Hyper Blaster, dependent on the player's star ranking of their overall high score on the results screen upon completing the game. For example, a 0 to 7 star ranking will reward you with a red laser, an 8 to 9 star ranking will reward you with a yellow laser, and a 10 star ranking will reward you with a green laser. Much of the atmosphere, design, and narrative of Silent Hill 1 are heavily influenced and inspired by the Western pop culture media, such as literature, films, artists, or even authors. For example, many of the street signs you see in Old Silent Hill, Central Silent Hill, and the resort area are based on real-world authors. Bachman Road is a reference to Richard Bachman, a pen name Stephen King used at the time. Block Street is a reference to Robert Bloch. Bradbury Street is a reference to Ray Bradbury. Elroy Street is a reference to James Elroy. Finney Street is a reference to Jack Finney. Matheson Street is a reference to Richard Matheson. Levin Street is a reference to Ira Levin. Midwich Street is a reference to the 1957 novel The Midwich Cuckoos, written by the English author John Wyndham. Midwich Elementary School took heavy inspiration from the movie Kindergarten Cop, more specifically John Jacob Astor Elementary School, filmed in Astoria, Oregon. In Cafe 522, there are a couple of references to various pop culture media. By the notebook to save your game, there's a poster with text that reads, "Study dammit." This is a reference to a young Stephen King with a shotgun that was taken during his time in college. Next to this poster is the pinball machine Medieval Madness. On the window of the cafe, there is a poster of the 1997 song All Mine by the electronic music band Portishead. Portishead is known to heavily influence the works of Akira Yamaoka, where he also uses another song from Portishead's album, Dummy, with the song Sour Times, to sample the main theme of Silent Hill 1, Hometown. In Cafe 522, when you save your progress in the notebook for the first time, you can find a text that reads, "Someday, someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully, they will find my notes useful." This is a reference to a text found in Stephen King's 1980 novella, The Mist, which reads, "I'm going to leave these pages on the counter, and perhaps someday someone will find them and read them." The convenience store 8, located on Bachman Road, is a reference to 7-Eleven. The gas station, located near Balkan Church, Hell Gas Station, is a reference to Shell Gas Station. Hilariously, if you look closely at the logo, you can see the S in Shell scribbled out, along with a Shell logo next to it. On Block Street, you can find a garage door with the words Red Rum written in red, a reference to The Shining. Next to this is a pixelated graphic of the alcohol brand Jack Daniels. The building next to it has a pixelated graphic of the alcohol brand Jim Beam. Inside the Old Ridge Bridge control room are Playboy magazines on the table. Down the road on Block Street is a building called Boston Market, a reference to the fast food chain Boston Market. The newspaper stand located in the town of Silent Hill has a headline that reads, "Bill Skins 5th. This is a reference to the antagonist character Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. The newspaper in-game directly references a newspaper also seen in the film. At the end of Block Street is a store called Cut Right Chainsaws. This is a reference to another store seen in the film Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. On Bachman Road, the fast food chain Queen Burger is a reference to the fast food chain Burger King. In Central Silent Hill, there are once again street names that directly reference authors. Creighton Street is a reference to Michael Creighton. Kuntz Street is a reference to Dean Kuntz. Saigon Street is a reference to American astronomer Carl Sagan. Simmons Street is a reference to Dan Simmons. The restaurant, A Movable Feast, is a reference to Ernest Hemingway's memoir of the same name. At the end of Simmons Street, you can find two posters that are advertisements for the 1976 film, Carrie. On the same street, you can also find the store, Mushnick's Florist. If you were to walk up closely to the storefront, you can find a sign with a name that reads Audrey Jr. These are all references to the 1960 film Little Shop of Horrors. At Movie Theater 3, the film Shoot references Raiders of the Lost Ark, and the film Crusher Dan references Die Hard 2. The store, Chinese Art Goods, when translated from Mandarin to English, reads Bruce Lee, a reference to the martial artist Bruce Lee. Inside the police station, you can find a poster next to the Central Silent Hill map. The poster is a reference to Exposition Universelle. The store, Andy's Bookstore, makes an appearance in Silent Hill Origins and Silent Hill 2 Remake. The drugstore, Green Pharmacy, also makes an appearance in Silent Hill 2 Remake. The fast food chain, Konami Burger, is a reference to the Japanese video game publisher, Konami. Konami Burger also makes an appearance in Silent Hill Origins. Inside Silent Hill Town Center, there's a retail store called Vestal Gigastore. This is a reference to the retail store Virgin Megastore. In the resort area, there are once again street names that are references to authors. Craig Street is a reference to Lillian Craig, a pen name that the author Kit Craig went by. Sanford Street is a reference to John Sanford. Norman's Motel is a reference to the fictional character Norman Bates, the main protagonist of the 1959 novel Psycho. Inside the building, Indian Runner, there are boxes with the name FedEx, a reference to FedEx. The fast food chain, Mech Burger, is a reference to McDonald's. Silent Hill 3 is known to be a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, therefore it would only be natural for direct references from Silent Hill 1 to reappear in Silent Hill 3. In Lakeside Amusement Park, the Magic Ice Cream House that appears in Silent Hill 1 also serves as a save point in Silent Hill 3. The Happy Carousel is used as a boss fight with Sybil Bennett, and in Silent Hill 3 with Memory of Alessa. Alessa's classroom appears in Nowhere in Silent Hill 1, and appears in the chapel in Silent Hill 3. Alessa's hospital room from Silent Hill 1 appeared originally in either Nightmare Alchemilla Hospital or Nowhere. Alessa's hospital room reappears in Silent Hill 3 in the chapel. Alessa's bedroom is used as the final save point in both Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 before their respective final boss fights. Finally, this fan before the final boss fight in Silent Hill 3 is previously seen in Silent Hill 1 and Nightmare Midwich Elementary School. The earliest demo disc the USA received of Silent Hill was a build from 1998, with the release of the official US PlayStation Magazine number 16, January 1999. While it was released in January 1999, it's important to note that the actual build in which the demo was completed was on October 10, 1998. The second release US demo disc of Silent Hill is called Silent Hill Demo CD, released on January 16, 1999. For the sake of confusion, we'll be calling them Demo 98 and Demo 99. Starting the demo brings you a very cozy and chill drive-in theater featuring 16 demos. When selecting Silent Hill, it features a control scheme, allowing the player to familiarize the controls before starting. When booting into the game, we get the title screen with Silent Hill and the trial version underneath in a small font. We have the option to select Scene 1, Scene 2, or Option. The option is drastically different as it lacks Harry's render model that you typically find accompanied by a black background. Here, we have a blue hue on the top and bottom, along with a ton of customability to the options. However, only 4 of the highlighted options are accessible, while the options in the blue font are inaccessible. Scene 1 is the introduction of the game, where we see Harry awaken from his car crash, landing him in Old Silent Hill. While in gameplay, where Harry tries to find Cheryl, there is no audio recording of the voice actor for Harry while the text shows. It is only accompanied by the ambience. When it switches to the FMV cutscene with the zoom in on Cheryl, it plays a jingle sound, which is never in the final version. While following Cheryl, we have a slight pause which shifts the camera angle towards Cheryl running into the back alley. Typically, this has an overhead aerial shot facing down on Harry in the final version. As you enter the back alley, the corpse lying on the ground is non-interactable, lacking any text dialogue from Harry where he typically gives comments when interacting with objects in the environment. This is also seen in the nightmare sequence as you cannot get a comment from Harry when you try to interact with the objects. In the cutscene with Sybil Bennett, it too lacks any dialogue from the voice actors, instead showing the text on the screen of their dialogue. When picking up the knife, this is typically seen as the kitchen knife. However, in Demo 98, it is referred to as the petty knife. One very huge difference is the map you pick up on the counter. It's missable, but when you take a glance and speculate it, it lacks a lot of detail which is seen missing from the map in the final version. Also, Bachman Street is referred to as Pullman Street. When getting the radio and encountering the air screamer, Scene 1 ends with a "coming soon" at the end, featuring Dahlia Gillespie in the background. Scene 2 features the sections of Midwich Elementary School and Nightmare School. You essentially do the same process as you would in the final version of the game, solving the puzzles to unlock the medallions to enter the Nightmare School, and find a way out to escape, which is where Scene 2 would end. When you first encounter the Grey Child, they lack audio when approaching Harry, as they would make a laughing sound when in your area to alert you. In the front lobby, there's a book of images sitting on the counter with blood. It's very minor, but the picture on the bottom of two men in suits is changed in the final version to a waterfall. When picking up the chemical on the shelf, it has a background to accompany the item. This would be later cut in the final version. The larval stalker you'd find running and tripping in the hallways is instead replaced by the creepers. Last but not least, the skull map, much like the Silent Hill map you'd find in Cafe 5-2, is missing lots of details in its presentation. The second demo disc from January 1999, formerly known as Silent Hill Demo CD, is the last demo the US received to the public. It features many of the previously seen elements in the previous demo disc, albeit with minor differences that are more so improvements to the overall details in its presentation. While on the topic of the demo disc, I was curious and found an auction of the Silent Hill Demo CD only available on Mercari for $300. It still goes to show how rare and valuable these early versions truly are. Before entering the main menu on Demo 99, you get a lengthy disclaimer explaining to the player that this demo is aimed at a general audience, with mature themes and graphic violence. Konami also wishes the player they enjoy what they have to present in this demo. When in the main menu, Scene 1 and Scene 2 now have been changed to Opening and Battle. In the Options menu, we see a significant change in the background, now having Harry Mason's render, and the UI contains only 4 options this time around. The opening of Harry now features his dialogue, speaking along with the text as he normally does.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
This also includes the overhead aerial shot of Harry before entering the back alley to chase after Cheryl. Missing from the previous demo disc was the interactable environment, whereas now we see Harry has dialogue when he interacts with objects in the environment. The cutscene of Sybil Bennett now contains the previously seen missing dialogue, which has now been implemented.
Like I've been run over by a truck, but I'm alright, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here.
The knife you'd find resting on the counter has now been changed to kitchen knife, possibly changed due to the player thinking the petty knife is a useless weapon without much durability to last them, such as when using it in combat. The map for Old Silent Hill has now been updated to contain more details in its presentation. along with fixing Pullman Street to now being changed to Backman Street. The notepad to save is still missing, however, but it's most likely due to this being a demo, which isn't necessary. The battle mode features once again the previously seen Midwich Elementary School and the Nightmare School. However, there are minor differences. When the Grey Children take damage, they now spill out green blood instead of red blood. The same is also applied to Harry when he takes damage. When picking up the chemical, it removes the previously seen background with now just the item. The Larval Stalker is now implemented in Demo 99, removing the creepers previously seen in Demo 98. The map is slightly updated to closely resemble the final version, although it's still missing important details such as the locations of each classroom. For the Silent Hill Japan trial version and the Silent Hill Europe playable demo, I, unfortunately, didn't find many differences compared to the North American version, although I did find minor details that are still different. The main menu for the Japan demo disc, known as Tekkenban, features a different logo compared to the North American version. It has a light green hue as the drop shadow, along with a dark background. Very minor, but the option menu has a gray overlay over the options for the UI. There is also a Japanese text at the bottom. The biggest difference in the Takiban demo is in the battle mode. In the battle mode, they changed the Grey Child, which is now replaced by the Mumbler, an enemy that is typically seen later on in Annie's bar at the Silent Hill Resort area and the sewers. Interestingly enough, the Mumblers replaced the Grey Child entirely in both the Japanese and European versions, because the Grey Child failed to pass censorship as they resembled real-life children due to their design. The biggest issue is that the player has to kill these childlike creatures while in gameplay. If we take a look at the beta model of the Grey Child, it originally looks much more human-like in its appearance. Much of the cut content that is found in Silent Hill 1 is sourced from the official US PlayStation Magazine demo disc number 16. It allows the player to play the opening sequence titled Opening, with the nightmare section where Harry encounters the Otherworld for the very first time, and then the cutscene of Sybil Bennett introducing herself to Harry in Cafe 522. After, we then have the Battle mode, which serves as the gameplay section, allowing experimentation with the inventory with such items as weapons, health, and other miscellaneous features that accompany Harry. Much of the gameplay section serves as an introduction to Midwich Elementary School, where you would normally progress throughout the final version of the game. However, the minor changes here are how you progress throughout the school itself, and then eventually having to escape. What's fascinating about this specific demo itself is the game files that are found. In the opening screen for the demo, there is a placeholder image with a background of flowers, accompanied by Japanese text that states, "This game contains violent scenes and depictions of grotesque situations." There is an early version of the 11th Street Doghouse memo, which has a black background and green text. In the final version, the background of the image shows pavement with bloodstains, alongside with the 11th Street Doghouse memo, with blue text on torn paper. The "To School" memo contains a black background with a piece of lined paper that has the text "To School" in red crayon, along with a black background. The final version features the same memo appearance, with the exception of having the pavement as the background itself. In the same alleyway with the "To School" memo, you can find Cheryl's sketchbook titled Drawing Block. In the early version, it featured the sketchbook with a black background and Japanese text on the top right of the image. The final version is much the same, although it has a detailed background, which is the pavement floor. In Midwich Elementary School, at the reception area, you can find a desk with a book containing writing and blood. In the demo version, you can see two images that are references to the films Pulp Fiction and Die Hard. In the final version, those images would be unused and replaced with stock images of a waterfall and of mountains. In the school laboratory, Harry would need to find an item called Chemical. In the demo version, it had a background image that accompanied the item itself, along with other chemicals on the shelf. Harry's flashlight beams its light on the item and the surrounding area itself. However, this background image would be later cut in the final version of the game. While on the rooftop of Midwich Elementary School, you would need to find the rubber ball to insert into a hole that would flush water down the drain to receive the classroom key. In the demo version, there is an early image of the rubber ball with rough textures of the water drain, along with the text "Dummies Still" in the top left corner of the image. This image would later be finalized in the final version with a more detailed background of the rubber ball and Harry's flashlight beaming on it. There's an image with a gray background with text in red that reads "Dummy Still" on the top left of the image and a green transparent flag on the bottom right hand corner. The next image shows a green background with a white transparent cross to the left and a Japanese text on the right that reads "More Light." Another placeholder graphic shows another green background with blue Japanese text on the top that reads "Death is the end of every worldly sore." This is a quote from the novel Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. On the bottom of the placeholder image has a Japanese text that states "One image." The Game Over screen had a green background with red text that simply reads "Game Over" displayed. The item screen had the words "Item" displayed at the top with a real-life graphic of a Japanese dish called chicken katsu. The following images that are blurred on screen are nude photos of Japanese women, which I'm not going to show for obvious reasons, which were used as placeholders for the save and load screen and the options menu screen. Early renders of Alessa Gillespie, Cheryl Mason, and finally Lisa Garland hold some minor differences in their appearance compared to their final designs. After completing the opening sequence in the demo disc, you get leftovers of images that read "To be continued" and shortly after, "Coming soon," with an image of Dahlia Gillespie inside Balkan Church as she stares ominously at the player. Upon completing the battle mode and successfully escaping Midwich Elementary School, you get a leftover image that reads "To be continued," with a corpse in a wheelchair in the other world. The Konami IP, Track and Field, known as Hyper Olympic in Japan, released a 3D update of a previous version released only in Japanese arcades called Hyper Athlete for the PlayStation. This update would be called International Track and Field, which would be released globally in North America, Europe, and Japan. Much of the textures used in International Track and Field were translated into some of the textures in Silent Hill. In the game files, there are a couple of leftover textures in a folder named Test. These files show textures of hidden doodles from presumably the developers that are of either smiling faces or text in Japanese that are inserted as notes for the staff. This file, SH1THR2001F, contains Japanese text that reads "It's a map." This next file, SH1THR3071F, contains very faint text that reads either "sign" or "billboard." There are approximately 9 unused monsters found within the game files. All of these unused monsters have distinctive qualities in their appearance that are seen as more realistic in terms of real-world design that are completely different from the final monsters we see in-game. The file BTFY, or Butterfly, is of a butterfly-like monster that resembles much of the Float Stinger that you fight atop the post office in Otherworld Central Silent Hill. The file EL, presumably short for Manta Ray, given the appearance of the monster, resembles much of a real-life manta ray. Interestingly, the manta ray is located in the test files, possibly as a placeholder to test out the animations in physics, yet never intended to be an actual potential enemy. The file FRG, or Frog, depicts a monster-like frog with 2 arms in the front and 2 legs in the back. The file MKY, or Monkey, shows a depiction of a monkey with a bloodied mouth and a bruised face with sharp tendrils at the ends of their arms that are also covered with bloodstains. The file OST, or Ostrich, is a huge creature of blood on its mouth and feet. Its most notable quality is considerably the tongue that pokes at the player to deal damage. The file SNK, or Snake, has features resembling a snake. The only notable quality is that of its tongue, which functions similarly to the previously seen ostrich, which also shares a similar function when it comes to dealing damage to the player. The file CHK, or Chicken, depicts a heavily contorted chicken with qualities that resemble that of a newborn hatchling. Interestingly, the chicken has the most applied animations to its model out of all the unused monsters, as it was possibly intended to be featured as a boss fight, given its large, massive size. While the chicken would be scrapped, this would be repurposed for the Air Screamer, as it serves notable similarities, albeit with wings. The file BIG, or Big, is straightforward, as it is a big and large model of a monster that potentially would have served as a boss at some point, given its sheer size and scale. However, it's noticeably lacking in lots of qualities, only supporting a basic texture model, and only having one animation where it disappears completely. Lastly, the file SPD, or spider, is an unfinished model of presumably a spider given the model's rig, containing 6 legs that are very reminiscent of a spider. Unfortunately, there's only rough looking animations, but no actual model for the spider itself. The monster, Grey Child, an occurring enemy seen in the opening nightmare and the Midwich Elementary School section in-game, had quite an extensive development history when it came to conceptualizing and finalizing the monster. In the first phase, it depicted a childlike monster with human-like skin and black beady eyes with a mouth. In the second phase, it still had a childlike appearance with human-like skin, although the eyes are now removed, only supporting the mouth. The third design would be the final version of the Grey Child that bears lots of similar resemblance to the previous design, although now supports grey-like skin and a smaller head on its model. The reason why the Grey Child went through many redesigns is due in part to having human-like and childlike qualities that wouldn't have passed censorship laws in specific countries or regions globally. Supporting this is also the fact that the player needs to use firearms or melee weapons against the Grey Child. On the topic of the Grey Child, they had an early running animation that saw them skipping towards Harry when wanting to attack and deal damage. The final version shows a lack of a running animation and rather the Grey Child slowly walking towards Harry. The larval stalker also had a human-like and childlike appearance featuring skin on its model. Much like the beta version of the Grey Child, it too went through a heavy revision to remove any and all appearance that resembles that of a human-looking child. The final version of the larval stalker would support a transparent appearance that sees them as a pacifist type of enemy that can't deal damage to the player, nor the player dealing any damage. The beta model of Harry Mason was drastically overhauled compared to the final version. Originally, Harry supported a green sweater as opposed to his iconic brown leather jacket. The beta model also had rough and early animations that are either limited in the model's movement or very experimental to see the possibilities and restrictions that the developers can work with. Speaking of Harry Mason, there are a couple of unused animations that didn't make it into the final game. There's an animation where Harry's seen doing a karate chop hand motion that presumably would have been an attack animation towards an enemy. Finally, Harry has an unused idle animation where he is seen crossing his arms as he waits impatiently. An early beta model of Sybil exists, although the only notable difference here is in the face and hair texture. The puppet nurse and the puppet doctor had unused beta designs compared to their final counterparts. Typically, there are 3 variations of the respective puppet nurse and puppet doctor, usually seeing a difference in the color of their clothing appearance or facial features and hairstyle. The same is no different with the beta puppet nurses and beta puppet doctors. The takeaway here is that many of the face models in the beta version look far more detailed compared to the final version, which is less detailed. Interestingly, there were earlier beta models that featured a similar looking nurse, but the parasite on the back of the respective nurse or doctor was far smaller in size. An early mock-up of a 3D map conceptualizing the town of Silent Hill is found in the game files. This early build of the town was most likely used as a reference to demonstrate an idea of the town's atmosphere and environment, as well as the size of the player model when roaming the streets of Silent Hill. Much of these early mock-ups of the 3D models in the locations explored throughout the game would actually go unused, yet still exist in the final game itself. For example, if we were to use the Silent Hill level viewer, a mod that ports the 3D maps from the game into the Unity engine, we can access a first-person camera and have free mobility to roam each level. Here, we can see that in the level, Midwich Elementary School, there are a couple of unused maps that were left in the game. The same is also applied to Alchemilla Hospital when exploring out of bounds of the map, with unused 3D models that were textured but scrapped and incomplete. Finally, an unused room with furniture, picture frames, and a symbol of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ is also found in the game files. The difference from the prior 3D models is that this room is noticeably finished with textures in its detail. There's an unused FMV of Cheryl Mason screaming. However, This FMV is an early iteration of the cutscene scene with Harry Mason finding the multiple TV monitors in the Otherworld Silent Hill Town Center. The difference here is that the final version has a black and white overlay with static effects added. In the resort area, Harry can enter a building called Annie's Bar, where he encounters a mumbler attacking Michael Kaufman, saving Kaufman in the process. After this exchange between the two, Harry can undergo an optional side quest that is important to acquire the Good Plus ending. At some point, Harry will end up in the garage of the motel to meet Kaufman once again. What's important about this particular encounter is that in the final version, after Kaufman leaves, Harry has lines that aren't voiced.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
However, in the trade demo, a review copy of Silent Hill has Harry's lines that are fully voiced.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
This guy's gotta be involved in a local drug racket. Man, is he pissed. In such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake.
There's an unused audio file titled first/coition.vab that has odd and mysterious sounds that appear seemingly innocent with birds chirping, to slowly transitioning into moaning, to the sounds of someone eating, presumably flesh. With the release of Silent Hill 1 on the PlayStation in 1999, it was met with overwhelming success, with over 1 million units sold, and at the time, the highest selling Silent Hill title in the franchise to date. Because of this, Konami would capitalize on this and warranted more marketing with their newest bestseller and IP. Initially, there would have been a promotional tie-in graphic novel simply titled Silent Hill. The graphic novel would have featured 70 pages, serving as an adaptation of the game's story. The publisher, Com.X, a publisher based in Europe, would publish the graphic novel. However, plans ended up falling through due to unknown reasons. In a DeviantArt post on February 19, 2007, the interior artist, Neil Gouge, proceeded to post never-before-seen artwork from the graphic novel itself. According to Neil, he states that before he was employed with the publisher, Com.X, he was working with two guys at their own design company. He eventually landed the job and was employed to design the Silent Hill graphic novel for the next 6 months as the company landed the rights from Konami. Neil would spend the next 6 months designing the 70 pages of the graphic novel and eventually finished it. However, as we already know, the graphic novel never saw the light of day. Years later in 2001, a user on the Last Video Wiki would personally contact Neil about the graphic novel in hopes of getting his inquiries regarding the reason for the cancellation. According to the user, he states in an email with Neil that the entirety of the 70 pages from the graphic novel was lost due to the project being stored on a CD, which was unfortunately not properly preserved and lost over the years. Neil then exclaims that the reason for the cancellation of the graphic novel was due to intercompany politics between Konami and its European branch, resulting in a fallout. Interestingly enough, Konami not only initially commissioned an adaptation of a Silent Hill graphic novel, but also a special edition to be packaged alongside it with an adaptation of Silent Hill 2. Quote, "We were commissioned by Konami Europe, I believe, to produce the comic as promotional material for Silent Hill 2. It was going to be published separately and in a special edition of the game. Konami Japan also wanted to use the comic. Konami Europe, who had paid for the project, wanted some sort of payment for that use from Konami Japan. Konami Japan refused to pay any kind of fee, so Konami Europe said that they couldn't use it. At which point Konami Japan, who technically owned all copyrights on Silent Hill, then blocked Konami Europe from releasing the book under usage rights, not getting proper permission, etc. Neil Gouge. With this revelation, we would end up getting only 5 pages that were lost, but fortunately found thanks to the help of Neil Gouge posting his artwork of the graphic novel on DeviantArt. The first page is the product catalog, which provides proof of the comic's existence. The next page is an illustration of presumably the puppet nurses and puppet doctors seen in Alchemilla Hospital. Next are illustrations of the opening nightmare sequence, which sees Harry exploring the alleyway up until he meets the Grey Childs. The next page shows what looks like a flashback of the aftermath of Dahlia Gillespie's ritual performed on her daughter, Alyssa Gillespie, which shows the reader the Gillespie household in flames with nearby townspeople witnessing the events, alongside firefighters carrying out a burnt and charcoaled Alyssa. The final page shows Harry Mason and Michael Kaufman meeting for the first time in Alchemilla Hospital, where we see Harry pleading to Kaufman to not shoot at him as he isn't one of the monsters. As of this time, these are the only 5 pages uncovered in regards to the Silent Hill graphic novel. In 2006, members from Team Silent, Hiroyuki Owaku and Masahiro Ito, created 2 Silent Hill comics titled Cage of Cradle and Double Under Dusk. Both comics were exclusive to Japan and released digitally on cell phones for a limited time only, although there were talks to eventually release print releases in both America and Japan, but this unfortunately never reached fruition. The comic, Silent Hill Cage of Cradle, serves as a prequel to Silent Hill 1, following the main protagonist called Matthew, the boyfriend of Lisa Garland, who later appears in Silent Hill 1 as a major character. In terms of its plot, there isn't much of an understanding to go off of, as much of the comic is lost and what pages we do have been found and pieced together by fans, with a vague idea of its story. From what's been gathered, the story would have seen Matthew travel to Silent Hill to save Lisa from the Order, but due to the influence of Lesa's manifestations becoming active throughout the town, this sees Matthew transported to the other world. Matthew would witness the birth of Valtiel at some point and would abruptly die. Due to this, Lisa becomes enraged and blames Alessa for the death of Matthew, resulting in Lisa strangling Alessa. However, Valtiel would intervene and Lisa would die. She would later be reborn as a monster and wander the other world alone. The final chapter would end around the same time the opening sequence of Silent Hill 1 would take place. According to Masahiro Ito, he retains all the pages and original script for both Cage of Cradle and Double Under Dusk, although cannot release them to the public due to a contract with Konami. Because of this, the comics were eventually pulled from the now defunct cell phone service to view the comics at the time, and have been partially lost. The only known images and references we have of these comics are posts from Masahiro Ito. After the release of Silent Hill 1, a lesser-known companion title would be released alongside it a couple of years later on the Game Boy Advance, exclusively in Japan, titled Silent Hill Play Novel. This was an adaptation of the original Silent Hill 1 on the PlayStation in terms of its narrative. However, there are a couple of substantial differences that separate it from its console counterpart, such as the gameplay adopting a visual novel format and the option to play as either Harry Mason or Sybil Bennett in the respective scenarios. However, the topic of interest that's most interesting in regards to this game is not necessarily the 2 main scenarios, but rather the DLC that was released afterward that's become quite a mystery over time. The 3rd scenario featured a protagonist named Andy, a young boy who was a neighbor to both Harry and Cheryl Mason. Andy's story is broken into 4 chapters that correlate to 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. His first chapter, A Boy's Story Spring, would be released in May 2001 on the Game Boy Mobile Adapter. The Game Boy Mobile Adapter would be used to connect to the internet and download the data on the Game Boy Advance's internal memory. However, the flaw with this is that the downloaded chapter wouldn't be properly saved once the player powered off the console. Because of this, the chapters were never properly archived and the other chapters would become lost media. While we wouldn't exactly know what happens in the later chapters of Andy's scenario, we can get a valuable idea that much of his story would coincide with both Harry and Sybil's story. Cheryl Mason would also play a significantly larger role in his scenario. In Sybil's scenario, Andy makes a brief cameo when Sybil finds him drowning in an aqueduct, where she proceeds to save him. Afterward, Andy then proceeds to attack Cheryl and blames her for pushing him into the aqueduct. Sybil attempts to stop Andy and defuse the situation, but later becomes unconscious. With the Silent Hill Play Novel official guidebook, we can find a page that allows the player to see a couple of screenshots of in-game renders, alongside a story flowchart in Japanese text that elaborates in detail on the first chapter of Andy's scenario in spring. When translated into English, the scenario sees Andy as the Mason's neighbor who has a crush on Cheryl Mason. They attend the same school together. However, Andy hasn't mustered the courage to express his feelings for her. When Andy decides to finally profess his feelings to Cheryl, both Harry and Cheryl happen to travel to Silent Hill, which sees Andy sneak into the back of Harry's Jeep to hitch a ride with them. After Harry's crash and Cheryl's disappearance, Andy wanders into Silent Hill alone to find her. The spring chapter has 2 endings. The first ending sees Andy staring into a large chasm, fearing that Cheryl fell into it and would be unable to help her. He then hears someone approaching him, presumably Alessa Gillespie, but he cannot move to see who it is as his body is unable to move to see who is behind him. In the second ending, Andy reaches the chasm to lament about Cheryl falling into it. He then proceeds to step forward and fall into the chasm, unable to move once he falls to the bottom. As of this point in time, we have no further information about Andy's scenario. According to Masahiro Ito on one of his Twitter threads relating to James Sunderland, Team Silent chose to make James Sunderland forgetful of his crime and gradually remember as the game progressed. This was done so the player could explore the city alongside James's mindset. The save menu shows a picture of James's face stained, with a heavy emphasis on the color red. It could be speculated that this theme could represent anger or blood, possibly referencing that of the murder of Mary. His face also appears to be blurred by water, one of the heavy themes presented during Silent Hill 2 when you are, for example, the Fog World Lakeview Hotel when entering the bar where water is present, or the defeat of Pyramid Head in the first boss fight where he submerges himself in water. At the beginning of Silent Hill 2, the player will find James laying his right hand on the front of his face to check if he is in reality or if this is all a dream. It's possible James may struggle with disassociative periods, especially derealization, the feeling of being detached from your environment. Derealization inhibits symptoms of the following: perceiving your surroundings as dreamlike, unreal, distant, or distorted. It also serves as foreshadowing and symbolism of James's mental state, unable to determine fantasy from reality. After a first playthrough of the main scenario, Letter from Silent Heaven, if the player were to start a new playthrough, they would most likely come to find the chainsaw at Silent Hill Ranch. After equipping the chainsaw as a weapon and killing a monster, James can do an animation where he lifts the chainsaw above his head and screams. If the player stands passively while idle with the chainsaw equipped, he will set a down blade first and lean on it like a cane. One of the more unheard of animations that players may not know about is that James can actually trip while walking about the environment during gameplay. For example, here's James walking up the stairs and then proceeding to walk backward, where he then does the following animation, landing on his back and getting up quickly. In recent theories, it can be speculated that because James had recently killed Mary, her corpse is actually in the trunk of James's car at the beginning of the game. The Book of Lost Memories, a secret item found in West Southvale, alludes to this and the novelization in this section. Justice, Book of Lost Memories, affirms this with the in-water ending. Furthermore, Masahiro Ito stated that he believed Mary's body was actually in the back seat of James's car. When questioned how James didn't notice her corpse, Ito replied that James had repressed the memory of her murder. James's voice actor, Guy Sihi, has added to Ito's statement, believing that having his dead wife in the back seat as he drives into the lake is more consistent with the common Japanese way of Miyori Shinju. The origin behind the name, James Sunderland, is most likely inspired by Jacob, from Jacob's Ladder, a film that has had a massive influence on Team Silent in the creation of Silent Hill 2, as well as their other games for the series. James appears to have many similarities to the film's protagonist, Jacob Singer, in that they both wear an M65 olive drab military jacket. They both grapple with guilt, lust, and lost marriage, and finally, the psychological horror of their own mental psyche. James's beta design depicts him with slicked back brown hair. This hairstyle resembles that of Harry Mason, the previous protagonist of Silent Hill 1. In the dog ending, it is revealed that James has a tattoo of a heart on his left arm. Funnily enough, this image would be taken out of context and be used as a meme within the Silent Hill community. When inside the Woodside Apartments, after receiving the pistol from the shopping cart, James eventually finds himself hearing a scream across the hallway on the second floor. When entering the room heard with the scream, there is a body of a man's deceased corpse sitting in front of a TV displaying static. In an interview with the game's art director, Masashi Sumboyama, in the documentary The Making of Silent Hill 2, states that the deceased corpse sitting in the chair is James himself, a figment of James's imagination. We can also get a clearer look at this deceased corpse by manipulating the camera, which shows more of the character model from the front view. While in Toluca Prison, James must find 3 tablets required for the gallows puzzle. One of these tablets is the oppressor. It's been confirmed that this tablet is a representation of James's sins. During the cutscene with Angela on the burning staircase, James says, "It's hot as hell in here." He then proceeds to raise his right hand to his face. If the player were to hack the cutscene's camera and change the angle facing James, he is shown wiping his eye. It can be speculated that James may be weeping for Angela or wiping a tear away, as he can do nothing to stop her and can only watch her walk upstairs in defeat as the fire consumes her. In Silent Hill 3, James appears briefly in the UFO ending. He is seen first hiding behind a curtain in Harry and Heather Mason's apartment. He is later seen also holding a wooden board, which Harry karate chops with his foot. In the Silent Hill Shattered Memories UFO ending, James is seen comically interrupting Cheryl Mason and Dr. Kaufman's appointment. He asks if he has the wrong day again for his appointment, to which Dr. Kaufman tells him his appointment is the following day. Once James leaves, Dr. Kaufman explains to Cheryl that James is one of his couple therapy patients, commenting on how he hasn't seen his wife in a while. A few seconds later, James can once again be seen spying on Mira the dog and the alien behind the chair as he peeks over. In Silent Hill Downpour, James makes a cameo in the joke ending, where he surprises the protagonist, Murphy Pendleton, with cake, alongside other characters from the previous Silent Hill installments. James appears alongside Mary in the joke ending of Silent Hill Book of Memories. They appear in the streets of Silent Hill and are accidentally sneezed on by another character, which frustrates James. James becomes worried about Mary, saying she might catch something, to which Mary replies that he worries too much, a reference to Mary's illness in Silent Hill 2. In the Silent Hill comic, Hunger, James appears alongside Mary. An image is shown of James and Mary by Toluca Lake. In the crossover with Dead by Daylight in Silent Hill, there is the Silent Hill chapter, featuring Cheryl Mason as the playable survivor and Pyramid Head as the playable killer. This features James Sunderland in later updates as an unlockable cosmetic skin for Cheryl Mason. According to the game's lore, James is transported into the Dead by Daylight universe by a creature known as the Entity and reunites with Pyramid Head. On the topic of Dead by Daylight, there was an infamous glitch that the player could receive with both the player models of Cheryl Mason and James Sunderland being combined together. In the now-defunct PlayStation Home for the PlayStation 3, James Sunderland can be seen as an unlockable avatar for the player to use. James appears in the Pachinko Packy slot game Silent Hill, an adaptation of Silent Hill 2. While not confirmed, we can assume that the visual design of Maria was based on Christina Aguilera's appearance at the 1999 Teen Choice Awards. Coincidentally, Aguilera's middle name is also Maria. In the documentary, The Making of Silent Hill 2, it's mentioned by one of the developers that they gave Maria's midriff a little bit of flab to humanize her. The image here shows her lower abdomen sticking out a little bit. Team Silent was known for their approach to adding attention to details such as flab, spots on the skin, freckles, eye bags, etc. to the cast of characters seen in the series, to make them feel more realistic and believable as everyday human beings in their appearance. There is the recurrence of the butterfly and moth symbolism surrounding Maria in the game. She has a butterfly tattoo on her abdomen. In most cultures, butterflies represent rebirth. This can coincide with Maria being the rebirth of Mary. In the final boss fight, Mary or Maria, depending on the ending, attacks with a swarm of black moths, typically seen as a symbol of death in some cultures. Maria is the first playable female character in the main series, as she's playable in her separate scenario, Born from a Wish. However, she's not the first female protagonist. This would be Heather Mason in Silent Hill 3. If we want to go through such lengths, however, then Sybil Bennett is technically the first playable female character, though only in a spin-off game that was available only in Japan, called Silent Hill Play Novel. The name Maria is the Latin term for Mary, often used to refer to the Virgin Mary in most traditional Latin songs and compositions. In Lost Memories, the art and music of Silent Hill, a photo of Laura and Maria can be seen sitting on the wall where James would find Laura after the first boss fight with Pyramid Head. However, what's interesting is that Maria and Laura never once are seen interacting during the main story. This is most likely known by everyone who played Silent Hill 2, but can be missed easily. The player can see that there are posters of Maria in the bathrooms at the beginning of Silent Hill 2. Once in the other world, Brookhaven Hospital, if the player were to return to Maria's hospital room, it's possible to hear a very ominous and disturbing sound of a heartbeat and heavy breathing, possibly a reference to Mary's illness when she was in the hospital. While in Toluca Prison, you at some point have to head to the gallows platform to solve a puzzle. There is imagery that shows two executioners, wearing triangle-shaped helmets, holding spears, with a person in the middle hanged by a noose. This is foreshadowing to Maria being killed by the two Pyramid Heads. If the player were to hack the game, it can allow Maria to accompany James throughout the rest of the game. If you install the cheat system or downloaded a hacked save file to your PS2, the player can hack the old bronze key in their inventory, allowing Maria and James to enter the Silent Hill Historical Society and skip the entire hospital level where Maria dies. There's also 2 Marias in the jail cell scene while in the labyrinth, and Maria floating above James during the boat ride to Lakeview Hotel. In the Silent Hill HD collection, when Maria is impaled by the 2 Pyramid Heads before the boss fight with the Pyramid Head duo, there is a possibility of seeing a glitch. The texture of her teeth briefly replaces the texture of her right eye. In Silent Hill 3, if a memory card of a Silent Hill 2 save file is being used, Heather Mason finds a poster in Heaven's Night of a woman with long dark hair. This reads, Return of Lady Maria. This could suggest that Maria's appearance was based on a dancer in Heaven's Night in the making of Silent Hill 2. Takeyoshi Sato, the CGI creator of Silent Hill and Silent Hill 2, stated that Maria had bleached her hair from brunette to blonde and added pink tips. Maria makes an appearance as an unlockable cosmetic skin in Dead by Daylight for Cheryl Mason. Maria also appears in the pachinko packy-slot game Silent Hill. After James meets Angela in a cutscene, the player can walk back to her for 2 additional dialogues. In the first dialogue, James tells Angela, "It sure is quiet here, huh?" To which she replies, "I guess." In the second dialogue, Angela catches James staring at her and asks him, "Are you looking for someone?" To which James replies, "That's right." Angela is voiced by Donna Burke, who later voiced the main antagonist, Claudia Wolf, in Silent Hill 3. What's interesting to note is that both characters were severely abused by their fathers. Both Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 involve a boss fight against their respective fathers, albeit as a monstrous manifestation in the Otherworld. The documentary, Making of Silent Hill 2, claims that Angela was supposed to be 16 or 17 years old. However, later down the line during development, the design team decided to make Angela look older and opted for an older voice actress. While this is speculation on my part, I remember when I first played Silent Hill 2 and misinterpreted Angela for being older than 19. Angela appears on the retail cover of Silent Hill 2 for the NTSC version and the Silent Hill experience. While in the Blue Creek apartments, once you enter room 109, the player can find 2 doors that are clearly different from each other. One door on the left is boarded up and dark, while the other one is white and clear to see. This could possibly represent the loss of one's innocence in childhood and adolescence, as there's a teddy bear next to the dark door. The white door can be interpreted as Angela's desire to repress the dark memories of her youth, considering her past traumatic childhood, in room 109, in the room Angela was. If the player examines the floor in a certain spot, a photo can be found of a family, which is most likely Angela's family. The photo shows a mother, father, daughter, and brother, implying that Angela may have been a little girl when she was abused, and that she ripped the photo out of disdain for her father and brother. The 3 tablets in Toluca Prison represent James Sunderland, Eddie Dombrowski, and Angela Orozco. Angela's sin was murdering her father, while Eddie murdered a dog, and James murdered Mary. Angela's tablet is the Seductress, which is found inside a shower stall. In the Abstract Eddie boss fight, one could speculate that there are many holes with pistons inside of them, which move with a slow thrusting motion. The walls around the room appear to be made out of flesh or raw meat. These details could be a physical representation of the sexual abuse inflicted on Angela. It's also important to note that James does not see the Abstract Daddy the same way that Angela does. According to Masahiro Ito, he believes that if they show the Abstract Daddy from Angela's perspective, she would not have been as interesting as a character. He stated that leaving elements to the player's imagination is often a more effective storytelling mechanism. Eddie's last name is Polish. A common name is Jarabrowski, hinting that he may be of Polish descent. When the player first meets Eddie in the Woodside Apartments, once you enter the room he is located in, you can find a deceased corpse lying in the fridge, alluding to the idea that Eddie may have killed this unknown person. However, according to Masahiro Ito, Eddie only killed the dog and shot a person in the knee. The bodies that appear in his scenes are merely delusions. After the cutscene, when you are first introduced to Eddie, you can re-enter the room to find across the room where James first meets Eddie, a room filled with football posters. In this room, there's a poster that has "Physical Beauty" written on it. This most likely is a reference to themes of body image and body dysmorphia. Like the others, that being James and Angela, the tablet of Gluttonous Pig represents Eddie. This is likely due to his eating disorder with his obsession with food, as seen previously. In the novelization, as Eddie dies, there is a disturbing scene described to the reader that has a pack of 4 large dogs gathering around him, ripping at his torn stomach and pulling out his intestines. Eddie notes they are all the same as the dog he killed back in his hometown. However, it is unknown if this actually happened, or it's just merely a dying hallucination as James never comments on it in the novelization. Mira the dog is known to not like Eddie. When Eddie is shown during the credits of the dog ending, Mira growls at him angrily. This is possibly a reference to Eddie killing a dog, which is why Mira has a disliking to him. According to the making of Silent Hill 2, Eddie's physical model was borrowed from the creator's friend. In the game's novelization, the revolver that Eddie used to shoot the football player and kill the dog was his father's. Eddie appears in the pachinko packy slot game Silent Hill. There's a high chance Laura's outfit was inspired by the character Casey Poe in the movie Con Air. Taking a look at both characters' outfits side by side, it's hard not to say otherwise. Laura may have a liking and fondness for teddy bears. In Born from a Wish, Maria comments about how Laura loves teddy bears. However, Maria quickly comments, "Laura? Who am I talking about?" This alludes to how Maria has Mary's memories intact, even though Laura and Maria never once met. Before the boss fight with the flesh lips, James finds Laura playing with teddy bears. In the official Silent Hill 2 soundtrack, there's a song called The Reverse Will. If you were to play it in reverse, Laura recites a popular bedtime prayer. She says the following: "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take." Take a listen for yourself. In one of the early Silent Hill 2 trailers, Laura's sitting on the wall, singing Ring Around the Rosie, before James approaches her. Elle Holloway from Silent Hill Homecoming was originally supposed to be an older version of Laura. She also would have worn James's jacket during the boat ride of Alex Shepard, the main protagonist. However, the idea was scrapped during production. Laura makes a cameo appearance alongside James, Mary, a bubblehead nurse, and Pyramid Head in the surprise ending of Silent Hill Downpour. Much like the other characters, Laura also appears in the pachinko packy slot game Silent Hill. Both Mary and Maria are voiced by the same voice actress, Monica Taylor Hogan, which is why they both sound very similar if you listen closely to their voices.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did.
No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria.
Mary is voiced by Mary Elizabeth McGlenn in the Silent Hill HD collection. According to McGlenn, she felt her voice was way too deep to play Mary, but producers casted her role anyway. McGlenn is also the lead vocalist in many of the Silent Hill soundtracks in the series. There's the possibility that Mary's outfit, alongside with Laura's outfit, was inspired by two characters in the movie Con Air. While it is known that Mary contracted an illness before the events of Silent Hill 2, it's never explicitly stated what disease she suffered from, nor how she obtained it. Looking at Mary's character model, we can get the impression that it caused lumps on her skin and hair loss. It possibly could be a form of cancer. The voice actor for James Sunderland, Guy Seehey, believes it to be melanoma. After James first encounters the lying figure and kills it with a wooden plank, he discovers the radio, only to hear the inaudible voice of Mary. Mary appears to be saying, "James, I'm here. Come to me, James. I'm waiting for you. Why did you kill me? James." This can be listened to if ripped from the game disc in a pre-release version of Silent Hill 2.
I'm here. Come to me. James, I'm waiting for you. Why did you kill me? James.
What the?
When James receives the letter from Laura in the Lakeview Hotel, originally there was audio of Mary reading her letter to Laura, but it was removed from the final version for unknown reasons.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Masahiro Ito reveals that most of the creatures' mouths in Silent Hill 2 represent Mary's insanity due to her terminal illness. In the final boss fight with either Mary or Maria, depending on the ending, it's possible to not have to deal any damage to Mary and instead wait 5 minutes by running around, avoiding her attacks until she falls into her death state. However, you must get rid of all your ammunition for any of the weapons you are carrying before proceeding with the strategy. It may just be a coincidence, but it's interesting to note that Mary shares a connection with the Shepard family in Silent Hill Homecoming. The most notable family member is Alex Shepard. The producer of Silent Hill Homecoming, Tom Hewlett, was asked about the connection between these two characters in an interview. He admitted to not being entirely sure, but it was probably a coincidence. In a promotional diary for Silent Hill Homecoming, there's a document on Mary Shepard. Alex questions to himself in his notes saying, "Was she related to me?" Mary is referenced by Heather Mason in Silent Hill 3. In the Daisy Villa apartments, if the player has a Silent Hill 2 save file on their memory card and examines one of the mailboxes, Heather says, "There's no letter, from a dead wife or otherwise." Well, I don't have one of those anyway. Silent Hill 2 was a 2-year project based in Tokyo, Japan, with over 50 people working on its development. Even though Silent Hill 1 sold very well, with over 1 million copies sold, the team behind Silent Hill 2's development felt it was important to push the Silent Hill series and the horror genre even further with the sequel. Masahiro Sumboyama, the art director for Silent Hill 2, explains his process of capturing the atmosphere in an interview. Quote, "Creating a world that would really disturb the game players whilst attracting them. Something with an aura of mystery. Many of the locations seen in the town of Southvale are inspired by the real-life location of San Bruno, California. Masahiro Sumboyama traveled to California to gather references and gain an idea of how to shape and create the town of Silent Hill 2 you explore throughout the gameplay. During E3 2001, the marketing of Silent Hill 2 saw a booth where people could visit and play the E3 trial version. While here, attendees can notice a mannequin of James and Laura on top of a wall. The events that take place in most mainline Silent Hill games are rather vague and left ambiguous. It's never explicitly told nor confirmed to the player as to when each game takes place. However, if we take Masahiro Ito's word into account, he recounts the events of Silent Hill 2, which are set in the late 1970s or early 1980s. Much of the streets and buildings seen in South Vale were inspired and named after real writers, stories, and locations. According to Akira Yamaoka, the series composer, he took recordings of over 100 footsteps specifically for the gameplay. In the documentary, Making of Silent Hill 2, he states that this was done to add variety and avoid repetition. He also claims that silence was important as it added to much of the game's atmosphere. The footsteps were meant to contribute to the lack of music and create tension. Many ambient sounds in the game are completely random and the sounds tend to be different in every playthrough. For example, there are random chances of the player hearing footsteps, whispering, glass shattering, breathing, crying, and screaming on various occasions. In the later half of development, Silent Hill 2 had some aspects changed or edited out entirely due to graphic violence or nausea-inducing scenes in gameplay. For example, James's original attack animations included dismemberment of the limbs of the monsters, but it was changed to melee and ranged weapon attacks. The cutscene where you first meet Eddie vomiting was initially more intense, both graphically and audibly. In the original version of the videotape James watches where it's revealed he killed his wife Mary, initially had an audio recording where you can hear Mary scream in fear and panic as she is suffocated by James. However, it was left out in the final cut of the game. Although Silent Hill 2 isn't a direct sequel to the first game, there are some references to Silent Hill 1. This includes the mention of Old Silent Hill, the town Harry is seen exploring after he wakes up from his car crash. A red-looking square notepad similar in appearance to the save point for Harry. Harry also makes a cameo appearance in the UFO ending, where he's seen helping the aliens abduct James Sunderland. The Lakeside amusement park is also referenced. Many of the facial animations seen in the game are not motion captured, but rather manually animated by hand. The plot of Silent Hill 2 is based on the novel Crime and Punishment. The novel similarly sees a protagonist who undergoes mental anguish and moral dilemmas. The protagonist kills an old woman to reap her money and valuable objects and convinces himself that certain crimes are justifiable if they're committed to remove obstacles to achieve the higher goals of extraordinary men. However, he struggles with guilt and is confronted with both the horror of eternal and external consequences of his deed. At some point, Konami will lose the source code to Silent Hill 2, which is one of the reasons why the Silent Hill HD collection had many technical issues. Because of this predicament, they had to use the only source code available to them, which was an unused beta version of Silent Hill 2. A Pakislot adaptation of Silent Hill 2 was released in Japan in 2015, self-titled Silent Hill. On the topic of the Pakislot adaptation, there are a couple of differences that deviate from the original Silent Hill 2. In the Pakislot version, we see James and Maria visit a local bar run by a working bartender. This also introduces a new monster called the Chariot, which is never seen in the original game. Silent Hill 2 initially had fewer monsters in the original game. According to Masahiro Ito, this was an intentional decision on his part, as he believed that James Sunderland's story arc didn't need as many monsters, such as Alessa Gillespie, for comparison. He would admit he later regretted including 9 monsters because he felt it was best to only have 5 or 6. There is unofficial artwork of a muscular James Sunderland with abs, accompanied by seemingly zombies or demons clawing his clothes apart. This unofficial artwork was used to promote Silent Hill 2 on a PlayStation magazine in June 2001. According to Masahiro Ito, the early design of the lying figure was inspired by BDSM fashion, and the final design was influenced by the works of Francis Bacon's paintings. He would go on to state that he created the monsters of Silent Hill 2 with human characteristics in mind, then subverted the designs and animations to create an uncanny valley effect. This can be seen in the movements of the lying figure. The movement of the lying figure was inspired by one of his co-workers wearing a jacket while walking to work one day. Masahiro Ito created a lying figure variant that seems to have a pyramid head-like attire in the back of its clothing and wear high heels. The corpse in the alleyway where James obtains the apartment gate key eerily resembles a lying figure, albeit wearing clothing, upon closer inspection. In the Silent Hill Historical Society, there's a painting titled Death by Skewering, depicting lying figures being impaled by tree branches. While in the other world, if the player attempts to revisit the underpass where you kill the first lying figure, the area will be blocked off by police tape. In the art of Silent Hill, there's an image of beta lying figures where they seem to have mouths. In the final version, they don't have any. If we take a look at the models of lying figures, they have zippers on their heads. In Silent Hill 3, there's a creature briefly seen near an elevator. This creature reuses assets from a lying figure. The mannequins look like they resemble the dolls by Polish/German artist Hans Bellmer when compared side by side. However, Masahiro Ito stated that his inspiration for the mannequin came from monsters in traditional Japanese folklore, although he wouldn't specify which one in particular. Originally, the mannequins were only intended to appear in the cutscene where Pyramid Head abuses them when James stumbles upon the act. However, they would later be integrated as enemies that appear in gameplay. After meeting Maria at Rosewater Park, if the player were to immediately head toward the direction of Silent Hill Historical Society, you would audibly stumble upon these 2 mannequins who would jump out of the bushes and attack James and Maria. In the book manual for Silent Hill 2, There's an image that shows James carrying Mary in the halls of Toluca Prison. Above them is surreal imagery of thousands of mannequins floating and making contact with the ceiling. In the early sketch of the flesh slip, the flesh slip's mouth was instead a protuberance. It can be speculated that the flesh slip resembles the artwork of Francis Bacon, a known influence on Masahiro Ito. In Francis Bacon's artworks, he usually places subjects in geometric cages with deformed appendages. Masahiro Ito revealed that the flesh slip is inspired by Isamu Noguchi's death lynched figure, and Joel Peter Whitkin's photograph Man with No Legs. The flesh slip would later make an appearance in the spin-off title Silent Hill Book of Memories. The flesh slip would act as a recurring enemy in gameplay. A bit of an oddity when it comes to the monsters of Silent Hill 2 are the creepers. They don't have much of an overarching relevance to James Sunderland, symbolically speaking. According to Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, the creepers in Silent Hill 2 are potentially derived from the power of the town itself, a lingering effect from the previous events of Silent Hill 1. Alessa Gillespie had a dislike of insects, which would be manifested by the town of Silent Hill. It's important to note that the creepers are not among the 9 monsters manifested from James Sunderland's mental psyche. Masahiro Ito points out that the inclusion of the creepers was a homage to the first game. According to the Book of Lost Memories, the Mandarin symbolizes feelings of anguish and helplessness. For this reason, they're not permitted to stand above ground, but rather hang underneath mesh gratings. The novelization also mentions they originated from a desire to escape. In Silent Hill 3, there's a similarly looking monster that shares similar characteristics to the Mandarin. This monster would be the Closer. According to Masahiro Ito, the reason they look similar is because the Mandarin was one of the most underrated monsters of Silent Hill 2. When asked about how this could conflict with how James Sunderland or Heather Mason could share similar monsters, he states that their appearance was not just dependent on the person, but that the power of Silent Hill also had some input on the design of the monsters. During Silent Hill 2's development, there was the idea that the Bubblehead nurse's face mask was intended to burst like a balloon when receiving damage to the head. This ultimately would be scrapped. Their weapon was also going to be a blood transfusion stand. However, the change would be made to the Bubblehead nurse carrying their signature weapon of a pipe, a homage to Harry Mason, as one of his main weapons is a pipe as well. In Silent Hill 3, the Bubblehead nurses would once again reprise their appearance in Brookhaven Hospital when playing as Heather. When asked why the Brookhaven Hospital nurses in Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 are distinct from one another, rather than looking like the design from Silent Hill 2, Masahiro Ito replied, because they had different protagonists. In the E3 trailer for Silent Hill 2, the Bubblehead nurses can be briefly seen in the streets of Southvale during the Fog World segments. This would not include them in the Fog World in the final game. Masahiro Ito drew inspiration for the design of the Bubblehead nurses' attire from The Exorcist 3, Jacob's Ladder, and BDSM bondage outfits. A Bubblehead nurse costume could be purchased as a avatar skin in the now-defunct PlayStation Home. Masahiro Ito would make alternate variations of the Bubblehead nurses in his artwork. This artwork is called Acid Bubblehead Nurse. This artwork is called Bubble Twin Tail Nurse. And finally, this artwork is called Gas Mask Nurse. The Bubblehead nurses appear as a recurring enemy in the mobile spin-off title Silent Hill: The Escape. Bubblehead nurses also make an appearance as recurring enemies in the spin-off title Silent Hill: Book of Memories. They once again make another appearance, although as a guest character in Super Bomberman R as a playable character. Originally, Silent Hill 2 was going to have random unscripted encounters with Pyramid Head. The prototype demo features him stalking the streets of Southvale at night. In an early trailer of Silent Hill 2, James is seen hiding in the laundry room from Pyramid Head as he drags his great knife down the hallway. Pyramid Head was originally not going to obtain the Great Spear until after the player entered the Silent Hill Historical Society and saw the painting Misty Day: Remains of the Judgment. However, Team Silent had to include it earlier on because Pyramid Head could not swing the Great Knife in the narrow corridor of the Otherworld Brookhaven Hospital, where James and Maria had to escape him by reaching the elevator at the end of the corridor. To compensate for this issue, they had to include him with a Great Spear. In the Silent Hill 2 trailer, there's a scene of Pyramid Head dragging a Bubblehead nurse. The scene was originally going to appear at some point in Silent Hill 2, but it didn't make it past the censorship. The name Pyramid Head is never spoken once in Silent Hill 2. It is rather referred to as Red Pyramid Thing. However, James can still call him Pyramid Head if the player examines their impaled bodies after the second boss fight with the Pyramid Head duo. The name Pyramid Head is also listed in the descriptions for the eggs you collect after the Pyramid Head dual boss fight and when requiring the Great Knife in the Labyrinth. If you listen closely, when Pyramid Head attacks by thrusting his Great Spear, his grunt is identical to James's grunt when he is hit by an enemy. If the player positions a lying figure in front of Pyramid Head, he will attack it. Interestingly enough, Masahiro Ito disagreed with the decision to introduce Pyramid Head in the hallway behind the bars where James first meets him in the Woodside apartments. He instead preferred to introduce him in the mannequin scene where James hides in the closet. In Silent Hill 3, there's a figure resembling Pyramid Head that appears in the Creation painting. Supposedly, this was a production mistake from the painter, as he didn't consult the core team members about this inclusion. In the Pyramid Head duo boss fight, it's possible to kill both Pyramid Heads simultaneously with a Great Knife, if positioned correctly. However, it's no easy feat and very hard to perform. The 3-minute short film titled Fukuro, which is Japanese for bag or sack, is a disturbing and surreal animation of notable monsters from Silent Hill 2. It features Pyramid Head and a lying figure. The main character, the Fukuro lady, interacts with them in disturbing graphic positions. It also features monsters that didn't make it through the final development, as seen here from early sketches, originally intended for Silent Hill 2. To put it lightly, it's nonsensical and doesn't have much of a plot to follow, mostly just body horror that is realized through the surreal and disturbing imagery. According to Masahiro Ito, he states that the meaning behind the film is his imagination of the womb in an abstract nature. The red cross you'd see displayed when James is in low health on the PC version is actually the image of the graffiti-covered wall where Laura sits reading the letter from Mary. According to the Book of Lost Memories, one of the pictures in the Silent Hill Historical Society is the game's development team. In Toluca Prison, the cafeteria displays a portrait of the cafeteria hanging on the back wall. If you were to view it closely, the picture shows that of a corpse in clothing that is very similar to James's outfit while in Toluca Prison in the women's bathroom. If the player knocks on a stall door and walks away, you may hear a sudden scream of a woman falling down, followed by a crash. In the beginning of Silent Hill 2, we see James walk to the railing of the observation deck to observe Toluca Lake. The image you see displayed that is used as a backdrop for Toluca Lake is actually an edited photo of the real-life Derwent water in England. There's also a spelling error on one of the maps you find in gameplay, spelling Toluca Lake as Taruka Lake. Texan gas station, which is seen in Southvale by the bowling alley in Rosewater Park, is also unexpectedly seen in a Simpsons episode called Lisa Simpson, This Isn't Your Life. This could be a coincidence, but it's still quite bizarre to see, especially in Simpson of all things. At the entrance of Brookhaven Hospital, if you look very closely, the title is incorrectly spelled Brookhaven Hospital. This would later be corrected in later releases of Silent Hill 2 and the sequel, Silent Hill 3. In the Silent Hill Historical Society, there's a painting depicting Pyramid Head with other corpses, people who were tried for their crimes, resulting in execution and put in cages. This painting would initially be used as a 3D mock-up of actual character models, which would once again see Pyramid Head and the corpses. In the Lakeview Hotel, if James enters the lounge with his flashlight on and examines the heater, he will then find a note that says on the back, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." This implies that the boiler caught a curtain on fire, which resulted in the Lakeview Hotel catching on fire and becoming abandoned. This can be supported by a painting in Toluca Prison that depicts the Lakeview Hotel on fire. Masahiro Ito also revealed that when James first enters Lakeview Hotel, it's the Otherworld version. After he finds out he killed Mary, he is then transported to the Fog World version. If you look closely at the photos on the hotel bed by the briefcase in room 202, these are compressed images of the game's characters and enemies. The Church of the Rebirth can be briefly seen in the Rebirth ending, but it's possible to get James to the island by hacking the game. The area consists of a church sprite, many trees, and a dock. In the Lakeview Hotel, the player will find 9 red squares that serve as the final save point in the game. The official guidebook of Silent Hill 2 says the save point serves as James's memories no longer being repressed. Masahiro Ito has kept the meaning behind the red squares a secret, preferring to leave it open for interpretation by the player. However, in September 2020, he dropped a clue regarding the red squares. He says, "I don't want to say too much, and will leave it to your imagination basically, but for example, What number of hallucinations did James see in the journey? If we reflect on James's journey, there are 9 monsters in Silent Hill 2 that are physical manifestations of his subconscious. This includes Pyramid Head, the Bubblehead Nurses, the Lying Figures, the Mannequins, the Mandarins, the Abstract Daddy, Flesh Lips, Maria, and finally Mary. Upon reaching Lakeview Hotel, James would take a moment to glance at the site of the Lakeview Hotel building, with a comment that he says to himself that reads, "This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years." YouTube user Silent Hill Database uncovered an unused audio file from an E3 demo build, where James reads the aforementioned text out loud, with voiced audio.
This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years.
Speaking of the E3 demo, a promotional build of Silent Hill 2 released to the public at E3 2001 on May 17th called Silent Hill 2 E3 2000 Trial Version contains a small portion of Brookhaven Hospital. This features a small playable segment from when you enter the hospital up to solving the Luis box puzzle and needing the elevator key to where the demo would end. While the sequence of events is very similar, there are notable differences featured in this demo which would be cut from the final version. At the beginning of the E3 trial version, you can find the common enemies spread out through each floor in Brookhaven Hospital, which are the lying figures, instead of the bubblehead nurses or mannequins. Typically, the bubblehead nurses and mannequins are the common enemies found in Brookhaven Hospital in the final version. The inventory originally had a different presentation compared to its final counterpart. When looking at the health screen, it shows an unused render of James looking off in the left direction, with a green color hue overlay indicating James' health status, which looks very similar to the Silent Hill 1 health screen, featuring Harry Mason, the protagonist of Silent Hill 1, in a similar pose. However, in the final version, the health screen would replace this render of James with a screenshot of the concurrent gameplay sequence the player is in, also with a color hue indicating your health status. The sound effects on the inventory screen of the E3 trial version sound much more industrial and metallic-like, similar to the sound effects of the inventory in Silent Hill 1. In comparison to the final version, which sounds more redefined and finalized. Finally, the ambience of the inventory screen in the E3 trial version sounds more disturbing and eerie. Compared to the inventory ambience in the final version, which is dependent on the environment the player is in. Other differences contained in the E3 trial version are the altered camera angles that are different here compared to the final version, and the ambience that is loud and bombastic on repeat compared to the more calm yet unsettling tone of Brookhaven Hospital in the final version. A prototype of Silent Hill 2 called version 0.10 is an early build that contains pre-release content that has minor differences when it comes to altered item placements, camera angles, UI elements, and more specifically, unused content. Later on in Woodside Apartments, during the cutscene where James stumbles upon Pyramid Head abusing the mannequins and hides in the closet, in version 0.10, James would originally say to himself, "Shit," while cautiously looking at Pyramid Head while hiding in the closet. In the final version, James would keep to himself and not make a comment and instead, stay quiet. Upon reaching Blue Creek Apartments, specifically room 209, you can walk out to the balcony to find the time of day was originally nighttime. In the final version, however, this would instead be daytime. On the topic of pre-releases, there would be pre-released promotional images of Silent Hill 2 advertised to the public that would contain content previously seen in these images but removed from the final game. In the hallways of Woodside Apartments, the Bubblehead nurses would have presumably made their first appearance in this area. However, the Bubblehead nurse would make their first appearance in Brookhaven Hospital. This image shows a frame of the cutscene where James first meets Laura as he tries to desperately grab the fire escape key, only for her to kick it away. What's interesting about this image specifically, however, is the big X that is marked on the wall, likely intended to be a visual indicator to the player to progress to the area where the key is located. This X would be removed from the final game. In the cutscene of Pyramid Head abusing the mannequins, he originally had his great knife equipped. This would be removed from the cutscene in the final version and instead make its first appearance in the first boss fight with Pyramid Head. In Blue Creek Apartments, Pyramid Head would have originally made an appearance in the hallways to stalk James and likely deal damage to him with his great knife. However, this appearance of Pyramid Head in the hallways would be cut from the final game. In this image of the cutscene before combating Pyramid Head in the boss fight with him, there originally was supposed to be a hand railing. This would not appear in the final game. Pyramid Head would have made an appearance to once again stalk and inflict damage upon James in the hallways of the basement floor in Lakeview Hotel. On the topic of Pyramid Head was originally supposed to be roaming the streets of Night Southvale, a section that you roam and explore for a brief period of time after exiting Brookhaven Hospital in order to reach Silent Hill Historical Society. The YouTube user, Shetty, would make a video featuring his findings that detail him explaining in the description how he found a section in version 0.10 with a save file that allows the player to see Pyramid Head roaming the streets of Night Southvale. Interestingly, version 0.10 would end before the boss fight with Pyramid Head in the apartment stairwell, deeming the section afterwards to be impossible to play. However, Shetty comments that he restored this specific section of Night Southvale where Pyramid Head is freely roaming the streets. Pyramid Head acts and functions as he normally does, typically walking slowly towards James with his great knife to then slash it downwards towards him to inflict damage. As to why Pyramid Head was cut from this section, it's likely that he was too easy to avoid given his slow walking animation and the size of the area itself, deeming it as unnecessary. Much of the earliest promotional images and trailers promoting Silent Hill 2 before its launch showed a different design for the logo. The early design of the logo used a font that was similar, if not the exact same, as the previous game, Silent Hill 1. The only minor difference here is the color change, which supports a green theme with its presentation. This logo would undergo an overhaul with its design to be finalized with the current logo we now know today. In the town of Southvale, specifically Neely Street, once had an earlier design that was different in terms of the exterior of the buildings compared to the final version. The early designs that can be seen in pre-release screenshots showing the street itself use the influence of the town of San Bruno, California as inspiration, not just the buildings themselves, but also the alleyways and the accompanying neighborhoods. These influences would be used by Team Silent, the developers behind Silent Hill 2, to gain an understanding and idea of how to depict an American small town when creating Southvale. However, in the final version, the exteriors of the buildings would be changed in appearance and be repurposed due to the possibility of Konami, publisher of Silent Hill 2, have to undergo legality issues as much of the early designs for Neely Street took influence from the town of San Bruno, which if left in, would result in image appropriation. Another possibility is the limitations of the memory amount on the PS2, sacrificing memory usage that instead could go towards other components in the gameplay. This can be supported by a quote stated in an interview with the producer, Akihiro Imamura. Imamura says the following in an IGN interview from August 17, 2001. A point which we are less happy about is that the memory amount is low. The memory amount is too low to place high quality character models and textures. We had to go through extra struggles to obtain these images. Akihiro Imamura. Before the production of Silent Hill 2 began, Konami unveiled a short 18-second demonstration demo featuring Sybil Bennett, a police officer who was a major character in Silent Hill 1. For all intent and purposes, the demo was made as a technical demonstration to give insight into the possibilities the PlayStation 2 engine could provide with its hardware. This demo shows a highly detailed Sybil Bennett player model walking around the interior of Cafe 5-2, to then finishing the demo presentation with her winking at the player and walking off in the distance. In The Lost Memories, the art and music of Silent Hill, a DVD containing soundtracks, trailers, special videos, artwork, and other images from Silent Hill 1 through 3. has a specific section containing images of unused renders of the main characters from Silent Hill 2. James Sunderland had a character model that was very similar to the final design we see in-game, but he has a different hair color and hairstyle, closely resembling that of Harry Mason. Maria has mostly the same outfit presentation that is much like her final design, but the long sleeve shirt is white and the skirt is blue. Eddie originally had a gray beanie, a blue sweater, gray sweatpants, and black boots. Finally, Angela had a blue button-up jacket with blue denim jeans and white sneakers. Early concept images show the lying figure in different stages of its design that would have had red thigh-high boots, as well as a tongue appendage coming out from its mouth. The Bubblehead Nurse concept art shows an early design where there was originally a pole with an IV bag. Pyramid Head originally didn't have his pyramid-like helmet on his head, and rather had a plague-like doctor's mask instead in early concept designs. Finally, there is an unused monster that has a box-like body with a hole, along with numerous legs at the bottom. Interestingly, this design would make an appearance in the short film Fukuro by Masahiro Ito. A video by the YouTube user, Shetty, shows an unused test room discovered by a Silent Hill modder, Joki, that was intended to be a developer room to likely test out the texture mapping. The video goes into detail about how the dev room titled AP62.map contains no collisions, camera triggers, or shadows. The map contains a 3-story building with windows and a small forest behind it. When first entering My Bestsellers bookstore, you'll notice an overwhelming collection of many books, magazines, and articles that comprise much of the store itself. Among many of the book catalogs you can find and examine, there is one in particular that indirectly references the actor Norman Reedus. You can find this on the bookshelves with the title, College. Upon closer inspection, you can find that Norman Reedus is accompanied by 2 other people on the magazine cover. The origin of this picture comes from the film, Gossip. Interestingly, Norman Reedus would happen to make 2 more appearances in the Silent Hill series. His second appearance would see him used as a model for reference when creating the protagonist, Travis Grady. The likeliness of Norman Reedus was initially used as a stand-in until it would be later scrapped and finalized with a finished Travis Grady. The third and last appearance that we see of Norman Reedus is in the post-credits scene of Hideo Kojima's cancelled Silent Hills from 2014. This was unlocked upon completing the demo for PT, which shows Norman Reedus, dubbed as the unplayable protagonist, walking around the foggy town of Silent Hill. Upon exploring the Central Square shopping center, you'll find yourself in the hallways of the mall. While here, there is a reference to Silent Hill 2 with a poster that you can find on the wall. This poster comes from the Silent Hill 2 navigation file, one of the many official guides in an ongoing series that is part of the Konami official guide series, made only in Japan. After Heather is first introduced to one of the enemies in the game, the Closer, and using the handgun to kill it, Heather can find a body close by where the Closer was feeding on it. There lies the corpse of an unknown woman. However, if we take a look at the files and inspect the character model, we could see this is actually a repurposed and retextured character model of Angela Orozco from Silent Hill 2. The facial features and appearance are very similar when compared side by side. However, the hair is shorter and the clothing is different. Angela's character model makes another appearance earlier on in the opening cutscene with Heather awakening after a nightmare she had in Happy Burger. It's very brief and easy to miss, but she is seen only from the back of the character model at the front entrance. Angela's head can also be found in the game files. In the woman's bathroom that Heather enters after fleeing from Douglas Cartlin, she has the option to knock on the closed bathroom stalls, which responds with a knock on the opposite side, indicating it's occupied by someone. Later on, in the other world of Central Square Shopping Center, you can once again find the same woman's bathroom. Here, you have the option to knock on the stall with someone inside, who sees them responding by knocking back at Heather. As Heather leaves the stall door ominously opens, revealing a massive pool of blood in the toilet and around the stall itself. The purpose of the blood is to connect to the theme of womanhood, a theme that is meant to manifest into a fear that is personified by the influence of Silent Hill's psychological and mystical power, projected from Heather's fears of being a woman. A very intricate detail that is seen throughout the story through blood, pregnancy, stalking, and birth as one of these central themes. While in the same woman's bathroom in the Otherworld Central Square Shopping Center, Heather has the option to interact with a toilet upon noticing that something is stuck inside. If you decide to interact with the toilet, you'll get a cutscene that shows Heather hesitating to stick her hand in the toilet until she breaks and comments in disgust.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
This is actually a reference to Silent Hill 2, where you can similarly do the same action as James Sunderland. However, as opposed to Heather, James fully commits in his action to sticking his hand in the toilet without hesitation. In the Otherworld Central Square Shopping Center, you can find multiple closer enemies roaming around the floors of the mall. Typically, the closers have very slow attack animations and walking animations that make it very easy to combat or avoid when encountered. However, if we take a look at the game files, the closer was supposed to have a climbing animation that was later unused. The purpose of this climbing animation is unknown for what intent it would serve, but it can be speculated that this climbing animation would have been used in these sections of the mall where they can climb from the floor beneath the floor Heather is currently on and climb to her position. If you were to leave Heather idling for a long time, she can have a unique and rare animation of her crouching down and sighing in exhaustion. In the subway, you can find a newspaper that you can interact with. When reading the newspaper article, it details a disturbing story of a 40-year-old man who either committed the act of unaliving himself or accidentally fell into the train tracks, where he was brutally murdered by an oncoming train that instantly decapitated him. After reading the newspaper article and walking down a flight of stairs, Heather can find another newspaper that details an article on spirits and paranormal activities. It warns Heather that if a person is unexpectedly killed or commits the act of unaliving themselves, it will result in the person repetitively reliving the moment of their death, resulting in the spirit acting out in hostility amongst the living. When Heather gets to the subway platform, and if the player has read both articles prior, you'll get a secret cutscene of the vengeful spirit pushing Heather off the platform, with the sounds of an oncoming train, resulting in Heather quickly climbing back up the platform. Before entering the subway turnstile, if you look into the concession stand, you can find 2 picture frames of the scene from Silent Hill 2, where James first encounters the lying figure, as well as the wooden plank and the radio, to attack and kill it in the underpass. When you are in the sewer, if you were to play on Extra New Game and have your standard pipe in your inventory, head to the edge of the platform and throw the pipe into the water. Doing this will then activate an interaction with a fairy who asks Heather to answer 3 questions truthfully. If answered successfully, the fairy will give you both the silver and gold pipe as weapons, along with your standard pipe given back to you. Admittedly, the silver and gold pipe, while aesthetically pleasing, doesn't serve much of a different purpose in terms of gameplay mechanics. Both pipe variants unfortunately don't enhance damage or change gameplay much, as they function the same as the standard pipe. At the construction site on the top floor, Heather can find a discolored wall that is noticeably different than the rest of the environment, hinting that it's potentially an interactable object. Furthermore, if you have a melee weapon equipped and attack the wall, it will become debris and reveal a silencer and a deceased body in the walls with its legs revealed. In the hilltop center, there is a storeroom that is filled with female mannequins and female mannequin parts. While here, Heather can interact with the propped female mannequin at the back of the storeroom. If Heather were to walk further to the opposite end of the storeroom, she would hear a sudden scream that sounds very similar to hers. Interestingly, an alternate variation of this scream can be heard in the Silent Hill HD collection, specifically on the remastered version of Silent Hill 3, which sounds different compared to the other scream we heard previously. While exploring the Hilltop Center, you can find a familiar looking image of a red square that is in front of the gallery. The red square is previously seen in Silent Hill 2 and is used as a gameplay mechanic that allows James Sunderland to save his progress wherever these red squares become available. Interestingly, the red squares were previously seen as a visual metaphor that literally and figuratively allowed the user to see a reflection of themselves that reveals their internal psyche, such as memories, fears, weaknesses, and the truth. This can be loosely connected to Heather Mason, which similarly has a gameplay mechanic that allows Heather to save at the Halo the Sun symbols, which are used as save points throughout the story. Earlier on, there's a Halo the Sun in the woman's bathroom that resides next to a mirror. If Heather interacts with the mirror, she comments on how she has an irrational fear of mirrors. In the Otherworld Hilltop Center, there is a room where you need to acquire the pork liver. While in this room, you can also find an enemy called the Insane Cancer. If you were to have the Princess Heart costume unlocked and equipped, enter the room with the Insane Cancer inside, to then abruptly and randomly hear the Insane Cancer speak Japanese while attacking Heather. Interestingly, Heather also speaks Japanese when she is attacked, or when she has them all equipped and attacks the insane cancer. Before entering Heather's apartment, if you were to interact with the mailbox at the front of the apartment complex, Heather can make a comment that states, "There's no letter, from a dead wife or otherwise." Well, I don't have one of those anyway. This is a reference to Mary Shepard Sunderland from Silent Hill 2, the late wife of James Sunderland. More specifically, the letter that James gets from his wife, which tells him to head to Silent Hill to search and find her in their special place. After the revelation of witnessing Harry Mason, the father of Heather Mason, was found deceased on their couch by Heather, you can get a glimpse of Harry's character model. If we were to extract Harry's character model and inspect it closely, we can make the similarities to that of James Sunderland's character model. James's character model would be repurposed for Harry's character model, albeit retextured and remodeled specifically to pay attention to detail to Harry's attire. Interestingly, Harry's position and how he is lying deceased on the couch is very similar to the position of the corpse James finds in one of the rooms of Woodside Apartments. While Heather and Douglas are driving to Silent Hill, Douglas reminisces about his time at Silent Hill, recalling an investigation he was previously working on, specifically a missing persons case, mentioning that he never did, quote, find him.
Once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work, you hear a lot of nasty rumors.
It's alluded to that this mail could be referencing James Sunderland, as in the ending of Silent Hill 2, at least in all 6 endings, are meant to be left ambiguous and up to the player's interpretation of what happens to James afterward. As Heather and Douglas arrive in Silent Hill, Heather can briefly explore West South Vale with the option to enter a familiar location called Heaven's Night, a brief location James and Maria also explore in Silent Hill 2. While here, Heather finds a poster that advertises Heaven's Night featuring one of the dancers named Lady Maria, a direct reference to Maria from Silent Hill 2, who's known for also having an occupation at Heaven's Night as a dancer. There is an optional side quest that sees Heather interacting with various letters that are left around Brookhaven Hospital, left by a secret admirer named Stanley Coleman, a person who was previously administrated to Brookhaven Hospital who suffered from a psychological disorder. He is seen to have a compulsive and obsessive desire towards Heather, by showering her with affection and the need to express his romantic and sexual tendencies as a means of displaying his love for her. This is seen in the aforementioned letters he leaves for her, or the doll that accompanies the letters. It's unknown if Stanley was a spirit produced by the town of Silent Hill, as spirits were previously mentioned in one of the articles in the subway, or if Stanley was a manifestation born from Heather's subconscious that personified one of her many fears, which seen here could be implied that she has a fear of stalkers that prey on her. In room S1, on the 3rd floor of Brookhaven Hospital, you can find a magazine article that makes a reference to Maria with a picture of her render on the front cover. Furthermore, in the same magazine article, titled Hope House, details a report and documentation of the Silent Hill Hope House Orphanage, run by a charity organization which expresses efforts in hopes of adopting less fortunate children and taking them in to take care of them. However, it's revealed that the organization behind the scenes is run by the religious cult, the Order, forcing upon children their religious practices, which eventually leads them to enforce those values on others. What's important about this orphanage is that it would be crucial in the development of one of the orphans who was there for a time, Walter Sullivan, the main antagonist of Silent Hill 4, possibly referencing Dahlia Gillespie, where she would go on to teach him about the 21 Sacraments, a ritual that requires a host to kill 21 victims, including themselves, to seek out what they desire the most. This desire is to wake his mother, who he wishes to see once again, ever since he was abandoned by her in his adolescence. This would serve as the motivation that kicks off the events of Silent Hill 4. In Silent Hill 4, you play as Henry Townsend, the main protagonist who eventually stumbles upon this same orphanage, although the name has been changed from Hope House to Wish House Orphanage. The author of the article, Joseph Scriber, would also serve a role in Silent Hill 4 as one of the ghosts that used to occupy room 302, before he was eventually killed due to unknown causes. In the Otherworld Brookhaven Hospital, on the 3rd floor, there is a room that Heather can find and enter. In this room, there is a noticeably large and massive mirror that sits on the wall, allowing Heather to see all of herself. If you choose to stay in this room, the room will slowly become contorted and corrupted, and red, black-like veins that covers the floors, walls, ceiling, and finally Heather herself on the opposite side of the mirror. Over time, if you choose to stay in the room, Heather will finally be consumed by the red, black-like veins, leading to her dying and the player getting the game over. The mirror room is likely used as a visual imagery to express one of the many fears Heather exhibits throughout her story. One of these is having the fear of mirrors, which I talked about previously. It's an allegory that expresses fears that, in this context, a woman in their adolescent teenage years may have, which derives from their insecurities and fears that show their flaws, but in a way, humanizes them. At the entrance of Lakeside Amusement Park, you can find the popular mascot, Robbie the Rabbit, an in-universe mascot that is closely associated with the Lakeside Amusement Park. While this is quite evident, given the mascot's reputation, Robbie the Rabbit actually isn't the only mascot that is associated with Lakeside Amusement Park. If we were to go to the souvenir shop, we can find a flyer inside that shows 3 other mascot characters. These characters are Kathy the Kitty, Huey the Horse, and Don the Duck. When inside the carousel, you come to find the memory of Alessa, a manifestation that represents Alessa Gillespie, the other half of Cheryl Mason, that has negative, traumatic, and dark emotions that are memories of her past life that symbolize her pain and suffering, which is tied back to Heather Mason, the reincarnation of Alessa Gillespie and Cheryl Mason. This confrontation leads to a boss fight where Heather is forced to kill the memory of Alessa. At some point during this boss fight, there would have been an unused animation where we see the memory of Alessa sitting atop on one of the horses in the carousel. However, this unused animation of memory of Alessa would be cut for unknown reasons. In one of the rooms of the church, you can find a whiteboard along with a couple of foldable chairs that are scattered across the room earlier on. If you were to backtrack later on after exploring the church, you could find a couple of enemies that you can kill. After killing the enemies, you can wait in the room that has been corrupted to slowly dissipate into red circles that form throughout the room. Before the final boss fight with God, you can find a large fan that is behind a grated fence covered in blood. This is linked back to a similar looking fan you could find in Silent Hill 1 when exploring the Otherworld Midwich Elementary School as Harry Mason. There is technically a 4th ending you can acquire that can be perceived as the bad ending. To do this, you need to arrive at the chapel and let the cutscene between Heather and Claudia play out, which results in Heather taking out her pendant necklace that Harry Mason gives to her as a gift. The pendant is revealed to store a red liquid called a glowfitus, used to dispel demonic forces and grant supernatural immunity to the user who drinks the liquid, which we also see Heather ingest the liquid to abort the unborn fetus that is God growing inside her. However, instead of interacting with the pendant to expel the fetus, walk up to Claudia and use any weapon to attack her. Upon attacking Claudia without taking the glowfitus, Heather reacts violently to the fetus inside her, which is later conceived off-screen and born, resulting in the birth of God, seeing Claudia succeed in her plans, and Heather presumably dying. After completing Silent Hill 3 for the first time, you get the option in the main menu titled Extra Costume. This option gives you access to the typewriter, which is used to write a certain key code specifically for a costume you can unlock. For example, the Transient's costume has a code titled Shogyo Mujio. The Royal Flush costume has a code that is under binary code, which comes out to 01_03_08_11_12. And the God of Thunder costume has a code that is titled Gangster Girl. Alternatively, these costumes don't necessarily have to be accessed by codes, and instead can be unlocked by completing specific challenges in-game. In total, there are 26 unlockable costumes for Heather, at least on the PS2 version. The PS2 version has 13 exclusive outfits that are unique to Heather, as they are under partnership with gaming media news outlets such as IGN or Game Informer. On the PC version or HD collection, there are only 12 that are unlockable. The Heather Beam is an unlockable weapon that is accomplished by performing 333 kills on the monsters throughout multiple playthroughs. This is only accessible without a weapon equipped. The Heather Beam functions as a heat-seeking projectile that locks onto enemies where we see Heather using telekinesis to fire lasers at the enemies to perform damage. The Sexy Beam is an upgraded variant of the Heather Beam. This is accessible when the Princess Heart costume is unlocked and when no other weapon is equipped. It functions the same as the standard Heather Beam, albeit it offers a stronger damage output towards enemies. Although, when used for a long time, Heather becomes exhausted and needs to rejuvenate her stamina. There is the possibility of seeing a hidden, unlockable costume specifically for Douglas Cartland, where we can see him only wearing his shoes, underwear, coat, tie, and his fedora. He comically wears no pants or shirt. This is only unlocked by requiring the player to perform a specific code, known as the Konami code. Upon beating the game on hard difficulty, you can unlock the health bar. This allows the player to see a yellow bar that displays their health and a green bar that displays their stamina. A purple bar only shows when you are knocked down or grabbed by an enemy. A variant of the submachine gun called the Unlimited Submachine Gun offers unlimited ammunition to use on enemies, without ever having to reload. This is unlocked upon defeating the final boss with only a melee weapon. Similar to the Unlimited Submachine Gun, the flamethrower offers an unlimited supply of flamethrower fuel to burn enemies without any repercussions. This is unlocked with more kills using firearms rather than melee combat, but can be unlocked on your second playthrough. The Beam Saber is essentially a green lightsaber sword that is a powerful melee weapon that offers immense damage to enemies. It's unlocked with more melee kills rather than firearm kills. However, can also be unlocked on your second playthrough. On the counter of an ice cream stand found in Lakeside Amusement Park, there's a memo that is titled Dad's Memo. This is a memo written by Harry Mason, the adopted father of Heather Mason. In this memo, there is an early version with a difference in lighting and texture of the table surface, along with a translation with grammatical errors. In the early version, it reads the following: Daria said that girl is the devil, kidnapped for the sacrifice. I don't believe in my feeling sick. Is it because of the appearance? That girl resemble with Cheryl based on the picture in the basement of the hospital. In the final version, the render of the Dad's Memo has a different table surface and a correct translation. It reads, Dahlia's the one who said it. Said that girl was a demon. That she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. After the cutscene where Heather first meets Vincent in the Otherworld Hilltop Center, you can find a memo titled Photo on Chair that contains a photo of Heather. Two early versions of this photo exist that are similar in quality, although missing backgrounds to accompany the render. The first photo contains a picture of Heather with a black background. The second photo contains the same picture, although without a background. In the final version, there is the same photo of Heather, but with a fully rendered background. While in the Hilltop Center, there is a mini puzzle where Heather has to find a jack and a rope to descend to the first floor from an elevator shaft. Two unused renders are missing the jack that opens the elevator doors. In the final version, the jack is included in both renders with the elevator shaft. In the Otherworld Hilltop Center, specifically the elevator, there is an early version of the elevator buttons with a brighter level of clarity compared to the final version, which is toned down in brightness and much darker. In room M4 of Brookhaven Hospital, there is a briefcase with a combination lock that needs to be solved to unlock the instant camera. There is an early version of the combination keys that have a higher brightness in the render, compared to the final version, which has a toned down brightness of the combination keys. In the My Bestsellers bookstore, located in Central Square Shopping Center, we'll see Heather having to collect the Shakespeare Anthology books. In the early version, the Shakespeare Anthology books contain a higher brightness on the render of the books and the numbers displayed on the side of the books for the keypad code. In the final version, the brightness is lowered down and the 0 is now located at the top, along with the other numbers instead of separately. Furthermore, the background render of the Shakespeare Anthology books puzzle contains an early version with a difference in brightness and its quality, along with a blue book titled Macbeth. In the final version, the render is toned down in its brightness and the Macbeth book has its title changed to the 59th Street Bridge Song, possibly changed to avoid confusion with the solution to the puzzle on harder difficulties. The file, Silent Hill 3_01 menu item, contains early texture sprites of the inventory items Heather can acquire throughout the game. The early version of the inventory items has placeholder numbers for the items that have not been given an item slot. Among these items are 3 unused items that were not used in the final version. Slot 21 contains a pair of blue batteries that were possibly considered for a puzzle but would go on to be unused. Interestingly, this item would be replaced by the OPS2 shirt Heather can wear as an unlockable outfit. Slot 23 contains an unused photograph of both Heather and Harry Mason. Slot 54 contains an early version of Dad's Notebook, which had a white cover as opposed to the final version, which had a brown cover with bloodstains. Before the release of Silent Hill 3, there was a demo at E3 2003 with a trial version for the public to play. This trial version contained a playable section of the Otherworld Hilltop Office Center. While this trial version doesn't contain differences compared to the final version, there is an unused graphic of the main menu, and upon completing the demo, an unused graphic with a blurb that reads, "Coming soon." There is an unused splash screen that contains a Team Silent with Comic Sans font that was used as a placeholder image for both the opening FMV video and the title screen. This unused splash screen can be re-enabled when inserting a code into the US version of the game files. An unused photo of Heather and Harry Mason was originally supposed to be found in Heather and Harry's apartment, which would be displayed on the wall. Interestingly, this photo does have a legible text that can be interacted with. It reads, "It's of Dad and me at Christmas. Looking at this makes me want to try even harder. I have to. I can't lose. They killed my dad, and they have to pay for it." This unused photo would have also been found in Heather's inventory, likely purposed for a specific use, but scrapped during development. An unused graphic of the title screen of Silent Hill 2 Director's Cut can be found in the game files, likely intended as an early placeholder for the Silent Hill 3 title screen. An early graphic of the first floor map for the Central Square Shopping Center can be found in the game files as well. There are approximately 8 test images found in the game files that are crude and rough textures with a yellow splatter in the background, along with a number outline of each file. The early version of Claudia's model appeared darker when it came to her skin tone, hair, and eyes. Her robe appears to be brighter as well. In the final version, her model appeared to have a brighter skin tone, eyes, and hair. Her robe, however, appears to be darker this time. The early version of Douglas's model had most of his appearance of the clothing appear brighter. In the final version, his clothing is toned down in its brightness to appear darker. An early version of Heather's model had a darker and more saturated color scheme. The flashlight Heather has equipped in her upper left vest pocket used to have a gray casing. To accompany the orange wristbands, there initially were black wristbands, resulting in a texturing error. In the final version, Heather's model would have her color scheme toned down in its saturation, the flashlight now had a green casing, and the black wristband texture error was fixed. The early version of Vincent's model contains prior adjustments to the shape of the arms, the size of his hands, and the color of his waistcoat. His final model would make these corrections and proper adjustments. In the early version of the double head model, it had minor differences in the face, teeth, and wraps around its body. In the final version, this would be polished. The early version of the missionary contained substantial differences compared to its final version. In the early model, it contained bloodstains that were missing on the front of the model, a different zipper pattern on the back of its clothing, and the head had a darker red color tone that made it easier to distinguish. An early unused model of Altiel contained differences that had white gloves matching those of Pyramid Head's gloves. This is likely due to both Altiel and Pyramid Head sharing the same model. Altiel's shoulders are missing the seal of Metatron, the back of his head is missing a mouth, and the shadow covering the right side of his face is missing, exposing a green-like pattern. In the cutscene where Heather first encounters the Closer, upon killing it, a deceased woman can be found that is a reused model of Angela Orozco, however, slightly modified. In the game's files, there is a similar model, although it had a higher polygon count and higher resolution textures. This higher quality model most likely went unused to save memory on the PS2, as it was limited. A file called anime_test has a plain texture of a wall with a cutout of a door. The file anime_test.back has a similar looking plain texture model of the wall, although with a checkered pattern. The file bg_tes has a black cube with a single texture of subway doors in the middle. The files Dekoboko and Dekoboko 2 have flat plain texture models with shapes located on each respective model. The file HIGE_lip or huge_lip shows a model of Mary Shepard Sunderland from Silent Hill 2, although this model shows Mary with facial hair matching that of Douglas's facial hair. This was likely used to experiment with the face model's animations, more specifically, the facial hair. The file test_chdcc has an unused model of Douglas's head. This contains the base of the model, starting from the neck up to the forehead. The file test_wave has a flat texture of Douglas's face model that morphs the face into that of a wave shape. The monster enemy, Closer, had an unused animation that would have seen it climbing from a floor at a lower level to an upper level. In the boss fight with Memory of Alessa, this would have had Memory of Alessa have an idle animation where she is sitting on a horse to then dismount it. Heather had 2 unused animations where she initially had the option to look behind her left and right, to then move her head up, left, down, and right. An unused track that is a remix of the track Results from Silent Hill 1 is repurposed here, but would go unused. This unused track would have likely been purposed for the Results theme in Silent Hill 3, but later scrapped. On the 3rd floor of the Hilltop Center, there was an 80% chance the player could experience a sequence where they heard a baby crying. However, this disturbing audio would go unused.
In Silent Hill 4, the main protagonist, Henry Townsend, age is unknown. There are not many sources, such as articles, game magazines, strategy guides, or even the game's booklet, that have commented on Henry's age. However, a European site for Silent Hill 4, when it was still accessible, mentioned he was in his late 20s. Henry is the first Silent Hill protagonist, with the exclusion of spin-offs, to have his exact age unknown. If we take a look at Henry's original beta design, it was drastically different compared to his final design. In the beta version, Henry had a brown button-up shirt tucked into his pants. He also appears to be wearing a green undershirt along with a visible belt with a golden belt buckle. This would later be changed to the final design, which looks very similar. However, Henry has a bright blue button-up shirt that instead has a white undershirt and isn't tucked into his waist pants. If the player examines Henry's shoes, he makes some odd and questionable comments. He can't remember when and where he bought them, wondering if the shoes are truly his, and sounds vaguely uncertain that he bought them in Silent Hill. While in room 302, if the player were to examine the peephole into the hallways of the apartment complex, it's possible to encounter a haunting of a haunted version of Henry. If you listen closely, you can hear whispering that is very faint. Some players have speculated that this haunted version of Henry is whispering or mouthing the words, "Please help me," but this is up to interpretation. If the player equips Henry with a golf club and waits long enough, he will begin to practice his swings. If the player equips the shovel, he will lean on it like a cane. If the player is also patient enough with a chainsaw, he will scream and shake it above his head. Funnily enough, James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2 will also emit these actions when equipped with the chainsaw. Henry is a very common French name for boys. It's believed to be derived from the French name Henry, which is thought to be derived from the name Heimerick, an old German name that means house ruler. Coincidentally, much of Henry's time is spent trapped in his apartment in room 302. The name Townsend is of English origin, meaning end of town, a combination of the Old English terms tun meaning town and endi meaning end. Townsend was once known as a topographical name for people who populated city limits. Henry also happens to be living in the town of Ashfield, a city that you can see outside of your apartment window, full of life. In Silent Hill Book of Memories, Henry is referenced in the joke ending. As Heather Mason is working at the front desk at a motel in Silent Hill, she becomes annoyed by the tourists. An employee then tells her that the guest in room 302 locked himself in again. She then slams her head against the desk in frustration and passes out. Henry seems to have an occupation in photography, or possibly is his hobby he finds himself enjoying. If we look at room 302, There are many scenic shots of landscapes that feature buildings or environments that attract Henry for their natural beauty. This is further supported by his desk, which has several books, a scrapbook, and a portfolio. While the player never once visits the town of Silent Hill, with the exception of Silent Hill Forest. Silent Hill is referenced through images that are framed by Henry's photographs. When the player approaches these set photos, Henry can make comments on landmarks that he visited during his time at Silent Hill. These locations in particular are Toluca Lake, Balkan Church, and the Lighthouse. Compared to most Silent Hill protagonists who are more loud and vocal with their reactions to their surroundings to the horrors around them, Henry is much more quiet and introverted, not speaking much as he is more observant and much of a listener. It's also important to note that Henry isn't riddled with a tragic backstory with pain and trauma like other previous and future protagonists. Rather, the only protagonist who has had a seemingly normal and happy life up until the events of Silent Hill 4. Henry's voice actor, Eric Bostic, also shares an interest in photography, much like the character he voices. Eileen is the first character in the Silent Hill series who can help assist the player when combating the monsters in gameplay. She can initially attack opponents with her weak and short-ranged handbag, but the player can locate and provide Eileen with other weapons that are far more formidable. Interestingly enough, Eileen can't die during gameplay, with the exception of the final boss fight. As the game progresses, it becomes evident that Eileen is being slowly possessed by Walter. When Eileen takes heavy or constant damage during or throughout the battle, she will be strongly influenced and controlled by his force. If you listen closely, Eileen can talk in a gibberish tone that is hard to understand and comes off as cryptic. However, if you decipher the slow and reverted messaging, she states the following: "And God said, Thou must return to the wellspring of sin, separate from the flesh too, she who is the mother reborn, and he who is the final receiver of wisdom." If Eileen is strongly possessed or injured, as indicated by the bloody veins on her skin, she will violently begin attacking herself with whatever weapon she happens to be carrying at the time. In the hospital world, the player can discover a giant manifestation of Eileen's head at the end of a long room. Its eyes follow Henry from left to right when moving around the room. If you come back to this room with Eileen, the Eileen head refuses to acknowledge Eileen, and Eileen does not mention the Eileen head itself, only choosing to still focus its attention on Henry. This is most likely a physical manifestation exclusive to Henry that may reflect Henry's past observations spying on Eileen, previously through the peephole. During the sequences where Henry and Eileen are paired, if you wait patiently, you can hear a rare sneeze from Eileen.
Did you just sneeze?
Eileen's room contains two references to Silent Hill 3. The first is a painting of squares found in the Gallery of Fine Arts in the Hilltop Center. The second is an orange skirt found in Boutique Marguerite in the Central Square Shopping Center. Cynthia Velasquez makes a guest appearance in Dance Dance Revolution Extreme in the song Your Rain Rage Mix. She is seen walking through an alley and sitting on a sofa singing Your Rain. She is also seen dancing with two other women and then leaving the alley. If the name Frank Sunderland sounds familiar, this is because he is the father of James Sunderland, the playable protagonist seen previously in Silent Hill 2. While in the apartment world, the player can find notes mentioning a character named Rachel. Next to these notes, you can find a bloody nurse uniform with her name displayed. Interestingly, in Silent Hill 2, when James Sunderland is talking to Laura, Laura mentions a nurse named Rachel, the nurse who took care of Mary Shepard Sunderland, James's late wife. The person who resembles the woman from the photo of Frank Sunderland in room 301 can once again be seen while observing through the window of room 302 as Henry. This is most likely Rachel. If the player chooses to examine a picture above Henry's couch in room 302, Henry comments on Frank's son and daughter-in-law disappearing in Silent Hill. He states the following: "I got this photo from Sunderland, the superintendent. I heard his son and daughter-in-law disappeared in Silent Hill a few years back." This is a reference to James Sunderland and his wife, Mary Shepard Sunderland, as well as the events of Silent Hill 2. The character, Andrew DiSalvo, has a chance to appear outside of room 302's window. If the player waits long enough, a paler version of Andrew's severed head falls downwards for a split second when Henry returns from the building world. Clifford Ripple, the voice actor for Vincent Smith, a major character who appeared in Silent Hill 3, auditioned for Jasper's role twice, but didn't get the role. If you look closely at Jasper's shirt, an incubus with the word Hardes, beneath it, can be seen. Hardes is another way of saying Flaros, a reference to the Flaros from Silent Hill 1. The Incubus is the final boss from Silent Hill 1 as well. This is the second time the name Geen is used for a Silent Hill character. In Silent Hill 2, when James and Maria are in the elevator in Nightmare Brookhaven Hospital, a radio talk show host can be heard hosting a game show. In this game show, Eric Geen is listed as one of the 3 possible names of a murderer to solve the trick or treat box puzzle.
What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines.
Steve Garland, one of the many ghosts you encounter, is the only ghost who uses weapons other than spectral force, as most other ghosts do. Rather, he uses his spade as a weapon, dealing lots of damage and swings of high speed. Peter Wells, a ghost that appears in the building world, is used for the ghost character model in the spin-off Silent Hill Book of Memories. There's a random chance the phone in Henry's bedroom appears ringing and will have a male voice. The male voice in question, Joseph Schreiber, appears to be saying the following: "I'm always watching you. I'm always watching you. I'm always watching you."
I'm always watching you. I'm always watching you.
The music video for Tender Sugar features Joseph for a couple of frames, wearing headphones and listening to a boombox. Joseph's last name, Schreiber, is German for writer, a subtle nod to his occupation as a journalist. Joseph is mentioned previously in Silent Hill 3 in his published magazine article titled Joseph's Article. According to Masahiro Sumboyama, when asked about his favorite character in Silent Hill 4, he states that Richard Braintree was his favorite character to work on. This is what he has to say: "I guess my favorite character was Richard's ghost. To have an enemy that moves like a record scratch isn't something we've done before, I don't think. Richard's ghost has this design that seems like something anyone could think up. He looks like a zombie, an everyday middle-aged man, but he has this bizarre way of moving and such that we went out of our way to emphasize. I myself really thought that this was an interesting part of this installment. In his artwork, Richard has light blue eyes, instead of his gray eyes that you see in the game. Richard is the only ghost who can walk and teleport, aside from Walter Sullivan. Jimmy Stone, the ghost that you first encounter in the opening of the game, is the descendant of the 1860s Reverend Stone, a priest of the Valtiel sector of the Order, who serves the angel Valtiel. The sector of the cult is considered closer to God than other sectors and is tasked with carrying out ritualistic murders as executioners. In Silent Hill 2, when James finds a canned juice to throw down the trash chute, he can find the Old Man coin in a newspaper article. In this newspaper article, it contains the first mention of Jimmy Stone. If you look closely, Jimmy Stone appears in the results screen background of Silent Hill 4. The Silent Hill 4 original soundtrack's artwork features Jimmy Stone getting pierced by the Sword of Obedience. Walter Sullivan is first mentioned in Silent Hill 2 in a newspaper article found outside the Woodside Apartments. Walter is the first and only antagonist to be mentioned before making an official debut in Silent Hill 4, The Room. In Nightmare Brookhaven Hospital, Walter is mentioned during the radio game show, while James and Maria are in the hospital elevator, as one of the answers for the trick-or-treat box puzzle. In the labyrinth, before the Eddie boss fight, the player can find a room that resembles a cemetery. One of the graves in particular displays Walter Sullivan. In the hospital world, Walter is seen disemboweling a corpse that resembles Claudia Wolf, the main antagonist of Silent Hill 3. It's possible that Team Silent reused Claudia's character model as the basis of this corpse. One of Room 302's hauntings includes Henry's photograph of a church shifting into a portrait of Walter Sullivan. When looking through Henry's peephole, Walter may occasionally visit Henry's front door to stare into it ominously. When compared side by side, young Walter Sullivan and adult Walter Sullivan have a different shade of eye colors. Walter is the only main antagonist in the Silent Hill series to have his own respective final boss fight. Walter appears as a cameo in the joke ending of Silent Hill Book of Memories. He is seen knocking on the door that the tourists are currently residing in, asking for room service, frightening one of them. In Silent Hill Homecoming, there was cut content of an unused audio file that would have featured a young Walter Sullivan being interviewed. In this audio recording,
A therapist shows a young Walter a picture of a door, which Walter states is his mommy. When the therapist asks Walter if his mother is sleeping, Walter screams at him saying, "Show me your heart," which results in the therapist panicking and a loud crash can be heard.
Okay. Do you want to tell me that story again?
I don't know.
Do you want to play a game instead?
Alright. Sure.
Why don't you tell me what you think of when I show you these pictures? Okay? Just tell me whatever you think of.
That's my mommy.
Okay. How about this one?
That's my mommy.
This one is your mommy also?
Uh-huh.
Is this one your mommy too?
That's not my mommy.
Walter?
That's not my mommy.
Are you sure?
That's not my mommy.
Calm down, Walter. Calm down. This is your mommy.
No, 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 no.
Yes, it is. This is your mommy. This one is only a door. See?
Mommy?
What do you want to tell your mommy?
Why won't you wake up, Mommy?
Is your mommy sleeping, Walter?
Show me your heart. Show me your heart!
Orderly! Orderly!
At some point in Silent Hill 4, if you look outside of Room 302's window, there's a chance of seeing a Robbie the Rabbit hot air balloon floating in the sky. In the Walter Sullivan victim files, Miriam Locane's silhouette can be seen holding a Robbie the Rabbit doll. In the subway world, the player can encounter a worm-like monster known as the Greedy Worm. This is the only unkillable monster in Silent Hill 4. In the Silent Hill comic, Sinner's Reward, female sniffer dogs can be seen feeding on a corpse in one of the comic panels. When hurt, hummers will make a sound similar to that of a pendulum from Silent Hill 3. When first entering the building world, if you were to tilt your camera upwards, the player can see gumheads jumping across buildings. In Silent Hill, the arcade, gumheads make an appearance as an enemy. The leech-like monsters called Tremors appear in both Silent Hill the Arcade and Silent Hill Book of Memories. The wheelchair enemy, first seen in the hospital world, can show a shadow of a figure moving from its seat. The wheelchair makes an appearance as an enemy in Silent Hill The Escape. The twin victim is one of the few monsters in the Silent Hill series that can speak in their monstrous forms. The twin victim was designed by Masaya Akada. When asked what his favorite monster is in the Silent Hill series, Masahiro Ito stated that the twin victim is his favorite Silent Hill monster. In the Silent Hill comic, Dead/Alive, the twin victims make an appearance in a couple of comic panels. Masahiro Ito doesn't make a return to design the monsters for Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 3 would, at the time, be the last time he worked on the Silent Hill series, as he left Konami in 2004. Jun Inoue would be the monster designer for Silent Hill 4. The photo of Silent Hill in the living room appears to be a processed photo of Venice, Punta della Dogana. In Silent Hill Downpour, Murphy Pendleton's jail cell number is 302B. This is likely a reference to Room 302. An Easter egg appears in Silent Hill Downpour with a replica of Room 302. In the Silent Hill comic and story, Anne Cunningham and Mark Cunningham are seen in a house or apartment that looks very similar to Room 302 and the comic panels. There is an unused map of Room 302 that would have been found in the apartment world. In the Silent Hill 4 instructions manual, it shows a list of all the hauntings that can be found in the game, as well as a map of Room 302 that displays where each haunting takes place. In total, there are 14 hauntings. During the loading screens, the halo of the sun and the images of a ghost will sometimes appear. The images can be controlled using the analog thumbsticks. The radio in Henry's living room plays various broadcasts. In one of these broadcasts, it reports the arrest of a man named Suguru Mirakoshi, who was discovered naked and urinating from the top of a utility pole. Suguru Mirakoshi is the director of Silent Hill 4. After completing the building world for the second time, a brief reference to Silent Hill 2 can be found in Room 302. When the player enters the bathroom and examines the toilet, Henry will notice something stuck inside,
and the player will be given a choice of whether they should fetch it out or not. However, either answer will result in Henry deciding against reaching into the toilet because he's not brave enough. There are some leftover assets from a scrapped UFO ending, though this was never completed, most likely due to time constraints during development. However, these items can be displayed using action replay codes, although they cannot be used. These items in particular are the Dirty Stone, the Channeling Stone, Courtyard Key, and Red Oil. The Channeling Stone is seen previously in Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 for the respective UFO endings. An unused animation of an Eileen haunting can be found in the PC's game files. In this haunting, it shows Eileen with violent shaking coursing through her body while making gasping noises in her animations. 3 unused character models are found in the PC game files that would have been used as background textures for the spiral staircase that you would use to traverse Walter's other worlds. These unused models would be a patient model holding a bandaged baby-like corpse, a pregnant woman model, and a nurse model operating on a patient. In the PC game files, there exist 2 unrelated texture images of some characters from the adult visual novel Mohican. These images are never once displayed in Silent Hill 4. The spinning structure seen during the final boss fight against Walter is based on the gravity drive device from a 1997 sci-fi horror movie, Event Horizon. A moth can be found on the spiral staircase if the player uses camera hacks. This may be a nod to Alessa, as Alessa is fond of moths, as she is seen to have a moth collection displayed on her wall in Silent Hill 3. The only weapon you can still fight with after it breaks is the wine bottle. Interestingly, it becomes even more dangerous as a weapon when broken. In the Silent Hill comic and story, Anne is seen wearing Eileen's nurse costume, an unlockable costume you get in Silent Hill 4, after beating the game twice where Eileen survives. The stun gun is a secret weapon that can be found in the water prison, similar to the same weapon from Silent Hill 3, except in Silent Hill 4, it requires no batteries or ammunition, allowing for infinite use. Usually, 2 silver bullets can be found in Silent Hill 4 while exploring the subway and forest worlds. However, a secret 3rd bullet can be found after collecting the keys of liberation after Room 302 of the past. A silver bullet will appear on the bed in Eileen's hospital room in the hospital world. In a promotional booth at E3 2004, there was a real-life replica of Room 302 that audiences could enter to play the E3 trial version of Silent Hill 4. There is an exclusive Japan-only promotional DVD of Silent Hill 4 that contains exclusive footage that is not seen in the final release. Contrary to popular belief, during its development, Silent Hill 4 was always meant to be connected to Silent Hill, or at the very least, as a spin-off to Silent Hill. In an interview with both Masashi Sumbayama and Akira Yamaoka, when asked by Boomtown if Silent Hill 4 was not originally going to be part of the Silent Hill series, they state the following. In a sense, this is true because the game began life as simply Room 302. However, it was always at least a spin-off of Silent Hill, and the most important thing was simply that it would be different from the previous games. Certainly, if Silent Hill had not existed, we would not have gotten the idea for the room, so in that sense, they have always been together. There are 2 concept art images of monsters that are sketches of potential designs that possibly could have been implemented in Silent Hill 4. However, these designs were later unused. The likeness of Henry Townsend is shared with actor Peter Krause. Akira Yamaoka and Masashi Sumbayama have confirmed in an interview with Kikizo Games that writer Ryu Murakami's book Coin Locker Babies and the film The Cell as inspirations for the game's premise. Mary Elizabeth McGlenn reprises her role as the lead vocalist for the Silent Hill 4 original soundtrack, previously seen in Silent Hill 3. Her favorite song from the Silent Hill series is Room of Angel, which she happens to provide the vocals for. It can be missed, but when re-entering Room 302 during the first half of the game, Henry's health will slowly heal over time. However, during the second half, Room 302 will not heal you. Silent Hill 4 is the first game in the Silent Hill series to introduce directional controls, as opposed to the previous games, which were predominantly tank controls. Silent Hill 4 introduces breakable weapons in the series. Previously, weapons weren't breakable and didn't have any durability. This would continue to be a recurring trend in the future Silent Hill games. Silent Hill 4 is the only Silent Hill game with limited inventory. Previously, the player could store however many items or weapons they wanted without limitations. Silent Hill 4 does not feature the return of the flashlight or radio that is previously seen in the prior games. There is a hidden Easter egg found in Dishonored 2 that the player can find when looking into a window that shows the chain door of Room 302. In the psychological horror game, Visage has an Easter egg that features Room 302. The player would open the door to find the room itself, to then find a ghost dancing to dubstep music. Ion Fury has an Easter egg where the player can find a recreation of Room 302. In Demonologist, it has an Easter egg of the iconic Halo of the Sun Hole. One of the biggest mysteries regarding Silent Hill 4 is undoubtedly the absence of a UFO ending. Previously, Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, and Silent Hill 3 all had specific requirements to unlock the UFO ending. However, this continuation of the UFO ending would oddly not appear as one of the unlockable endings in Silent Hill 4. As to why the UFO ending didn't make the cut, it's unknown and has never been commented on by the studio, Team Silent, when it came to questions regarding the matter. However, one could assume that this was due to time constraints during development, resulting in the idea being scrapped. This can be supported with the unused items found in the PC files of Silent Hill 4, which contain 4 items: the Channeling Stone, the Dirty Stone, the Courtyard Key, and finally, the Red Oil. The Dirty Stone is actually the Channeling Stone. Only when Henry, the main protagonist of Silent Hill 4, washes the Dirty Stone, it will then result in the Channeling Stone. The Courtyard Key has a description that reads, "An old-fashioned key. 4S churchyard has been carved on it." The Red Oil has a description that reads, "A special balm for exorcism. If thrown on the ground, a large area will be exorcised." As to what the purpose of these 4 items would be used for specifically, it's clear that it would be directly towards unlocking the UFO ending. Initially, the Courtyard Key would be the only item to have a rendered model out of all the other 4 items, which were item textures. That would be until recently, YouTube user Rodolfo Nunez made a very informative video on all the research we've known so far regarding the UFO ending. Upon his findings, he found that there isn't one channeling stone, but actually 5 channeling stones with a full 3D render model. Furthermore, he also discovered a mysterious table with 5 holes that look similar to the outline of the channeling stone. In theory, the player would have to put these 5 channeling stones into the mysterious table to trigger an event. Unfortunately, even if this action is committed, there isn't a programmed UFO ending in the game files. In the game files, there are unused models with animations that are placed in areas while ascending the staircase, that show unused models with animations depicting very grotesque and disturbing imagery. These unused models show 2 naked women. One model is shown with scissors cutting open the other model's pregnant belly. The other model, receiving the scissors to her pregnant belly, has an appendage-like tongue sticking out of her mouth as she is screaming in pain. These unused models are seen in a sitting position across each other with an animation of both of them eating food at a dinner table. It depicts a male and a female model that could possibly allude to Walter Sullivan's parents. When Walter was only a baby, his parents abandoned him. This imagery here gives implication to their life without Walter. This unused model of a woman is seen in a fetal position with both of her arms held above her head, assuming that she is tied up and desperately escaping her confinement. This unused model is seen bending over on his knees to where he has his hands held up in the air, motioning as if he is pressing on the walls around him. This unused model of a pregnant woman shows her lying on her back with an animation showing her struggling and trying to breathe, while her belly shows 2 baby hands popping out. This unused model has a baby wrapped in bandages, while the other model is shaking the baby violently. Finally, this unused model of a nurse is shown with a knife cutting open the womb of a pregnant woman. Oddly enough, in the game's files, there is a file called em_test.bin. There exists 2 image textures of characters from an adult visual novel called Moicon. These 2 image files are never used in-game, however, they do have bitmaps. Upon returning to room 302, Henry has the option to interact with a peephole that is carved into the side of his wall. This peephole allows Henry to spy on Eileen as she goes about her day-to-day life. This unused animation of Eileen shows her eating food, vocalizing moaning sounds of her eating. In this unused animation, it shows her stretching and doing physical exercises. The next unused animation shows Eileen undressing her clothing, although she doesn't actually take off her clothes, just simulates the motion.
Finally, this unused animation of Eileen shows her assumingly possessed by one of the many hauntings that appear throughout the game. Here, she is seen shaking her head violently as she manipulates her eyes to look around, while screaming in pain as she is looking directly at Henry. In the game's files, there exists an unused test room of what appears to be one of the prison rooms from the water prison. The 3D model textures are very unfinished and unpolished. This water prison test room has only a white, rough texture of the room itself, along with a toilet, a sink, a bed, and seating areas across the room. The file IWA_test stage has a model of a test room that is an earlier version of the apartment world. It contains early model textures of the exterior and interior of the apartment world floors. The file event_RL03_L.bin contains an unused event of the Hail of the Sun symbol. By replacing one of the memos found in Henry's closet, an event triggers the Hail of the Sun symbol to appear with a blue translucent light, highlighting the symbol in an image texture. Much recently, there was an unused cutscene that was found that shows Henry in an empty black void where he is seen standing calling out to Eileen as she calls his name. Henry then looks around him to then result in sighing in distress, saying, "Where did you go now?" Finally, Henry then takes a step to assumingly a hole where Eileen called his name, that then has the camera shift towards the empty black void.
Eileen. Where'd you go now?
To preface, Silent Hill Origins was originally undergoing the development title Silent Hill Original Sin. This was developed initially by Climax Studio, a studio branch that was located in Santa Monica, California, also known as Climax LA. However, with a significant amount of pressure, this led to major problems with the game engine and lack of vision, which resulted in this version of Silent Hill Original Sin being cancelled. Due to this, the development would be shifted to a Climax Studio branch in the United Kingdom led by Sam Barlow. This would go on to be finalized as Silent Hill Origins. While the development is quite dismaying and stressful, to say the least, what is particularly fascinating about the original Silent Hill Origins led by Climax LA is the amount of unused concepts, cut designs, and scrapped ideas that wouldn't make it into the final version. The Afflicted is an unused monster that appears in the August 26 Silent Hill Origin prototype build, first used as an early prototype concept demo, showcasing features, designs, and the atmosphere of the game. In this demo, we can see that the Afflicted was a common enemy that would have appeared in many locations throughout the game, such as roaming the streets of the town, and inside the halls of the asylum. The Afflicted would have a very basic animation when it comes to their movement, seen as slow when walking towards Travis. They also have a simple swipe animation when dealing damage with their claws. They also make zombie-like moans and screams upon interacting with them or killing them. The Piercer was initially supposed to be a boss at some point in the game. The body of the Piercer resembles the anatomy of a scorpion, honing 4 sharp tendrils with blades as its weapons. As we can see, there's a rendered 3D model of the Piercer, committing an attack animation with both its tendril-like blades from the top to attack the player. The wheelchair monster is self-explanatory. It's a monster that has its lower torso attached to the seat of a wheelchair, having to move around using both its arms to drag the wheelchair behind it. The miner had the appearance of a typical miner outfit, donning overalls around its body, wearing a gas mask on its face, and its arms are manipulated into that of a weapon with 2 pickaxes. Interestingly, there's a rendered 3D model of the miner, but it has a different appearance entirely. The miner wears a black leather suit with a gray vest, and a gas mask that is worn over its head. The weapon of choice this time around is a nightstick, as opposed to pickaxes. The miner has an attack animation where it swings its nightstick for a long-ranged attack. One animation shows the miner receiving a bit of damage when it stumbles upon getting hit in the face. The next animation shows the miner receiving damage to its kneecap, where it then proceeds to touch it upon getting hit. Finally, an animation shows the miner getting flung backwards by a strong force, falling on its back, and then proceeding to get back up. The meat is an enemy with a split open meat carcass that has both hooks on its top of its model, presumably as weapons to attack the player, and down the bottom for its feet. The only footage we see of the meat is in a short glimpse in the 2006 E3 trailer, where it's hanging on a hook while it convulses. There is concept art of an unused monster called the Undead Bellhop. It takes much of its attire from that of a bellhop, who typically works at a theater. However, the bellhop seen here is very zombie-like, with much of its skin decaying and flesh rotting. An unused enemy of a mannequin has a very abstract quality to its proportions, as much of its limbs and torso are manipulated, notably with pink vein-like skin surrounding its body. The Caliban initially had two earlier concept designs. The first concept design shows a heavily contorted body with a snake-like tail, multiple heads, and a sickle attached to its right foot. The next design looks similar to an Eldritch horror monster, given its horns at the top of its head and beast-like quality. The final concept design is of the previous design, although with a front profile picture of the Caliban's face with a more detailed design to its appearance. The Sad Daddy has two earlier designs. The first design is very hard to depict as to what exactly it could be, appearance-wise, but it has an emphasis on sharp knives. The next design of the Sad Daddy has a more skinny build to its design. The head is laid on its side while it screams in pain. The straight jacket had an earlier design where the back of the body was attached to a hospital bed, presumably using its hands to move itself around given its lack of mobility. The Floros initially had an early concept art where it would have its own boss fight, taking the form of aquatic Floros, taking place on some sort of altar where you can see imagery of the Floros and the Hail of the Sun symbols intertwined on the floor. A glass pyramid-shaped contraption would have a spherical device in the center. There are concept designs of what looks like to be the Floros manipulated into the form of a worm-like monster. An unused cutscene of Travis meeting Michael Kaufman has Travis question Michael about the weird disappearances of the townspeople and the monsters that have spread throughout Silent Hill. This results in Kaufman dismissing Travis's concerns by highlighting the events that are possible through a scientific explanation, which has Travis baffled in return by Kaufman's remark about the town.
You must be lost. Silent Hill lures in outsiders from time to time.
What the hell's happening to this town, Doc?
Nothing conclusive, but I have my theories. Mass hysteria, poison in the water, quantum phenomena. Take your pick.
Huh? Look around you. You're saying there's a scientific explanation for all of this?
I'm not saying anything.
Well, that's not a very good answer.
Then stop asking questions.
Okay. Well, glad we got a man of science watching our backs. Take it easy, Doc.
In the prototype, there is a cutscene that shows Travis awakening on a hospital bed in a dimly lit room with a large mirror beside him. Inside this mirror shows a woman with a gown that Travis has met previously. He then asks the woman how to escape the town of Silent Hill and begs her for her help. This results in her drawing two triangles as a cryptic message on what he should do next.
Why do you keep bringing me back here? I just want to get as far away from this town as possible. Can you make that happen? If I help you, can you get me back to my truck? Here we go again. Okay, I get it. Two more.
An early introduction cutscene shows an early mock-up animation of Travis traveling down the highway to Silent Hill, to then abruptly stop his truck and find a mysteriously cloaked figure named Mr. Twilight, initially one of the overarching antagonists in the story, whose use would later be scrapped entirely. From what little information we can gather, Mr. Twilight would be orchestrating the events of Silent Hill Origins behind the scenes, whilst Travis would have to subsequently try to pursue and stop him. Mr. Twilight wears a black cloak and has two white masks. A pre-rendered cinematic trailer leaked back in 2006, which is when Silent Hill Origins would be shown to the public. The camera would have a panoramic view of the interior itself, to then show Travis looking at himself in the mirror, resulting in him sighing and taking a deep breath, a homage that takes influence from the opening of Silent Hill 2. An unused animation of Travis equipped with a cut weapon, the crossbow, shows him reloading the weapon with another arrow and then fire. An unused animation of an early render of the Butcher and Travis shows Travis pinned down and struggling to evade the Butcher's knife. This then leaves Travis getting brutally impaled in half, presumably as one of the death animations that was scrapped. The other unused animation shows the same series of events. Travis successfully evades the knife by kicking the Butcher. Travis had an early model that was directly influenced after Norman Reedus, likely intended as a placeholder before the final conceptualization of Travis Grady. An unreleased PSP prototype demo developed by Climax Solent shows an early build of Silent Hill Origins with a completely different gameplay style than what we are normally accustomed to. In this early build, we have a third-person, over-the-shoulder camera view of Travis equipped with both a magnum and a sledgehammer. Travis explores the Butcher's lair to eventually stumble upon the Butcher himself, which then results in a boss fight. Further along the demo, Travis will then encounter many early models of the straitjacket enemy. An unreleased prototype build for the PSP version shown at Leipzig Gamescom back in 2006 features two playable demos, Town and Asylum. In the Town, you can simply explore the early version of Silent Hill. You are only equipped with the Magnum and the Sledgehammer to kill the afflicted enemies you find throughout the area. However, there is not much else to do here. The next demo, Asylum, features much more complexity to its gameplay, with the need to find items throughout the asylum to escape. Much of this is backtracking throughout the building and finding out the afflicted with the Magnum and Sledgehammer. Before the launch of Silent Hill Homecoming, there was an early beta build developed in May 2008 for the public to play at press conferences to experience a small glimpse of gameplay. In this beta build, there are very small minor differences compared to the final version, but there are still interesting talking points worth noting. For one, the beta build contains two levels, M02_SG-Town1 and M03_Alex1. Mission 2 is the small segment where Alex first arrives in Shepherd's Glen to meet and talk with Judge Holloway, to then travel the streets of Shepherd's Glen to his family estate. Mission 3 is where Alex can explore the interior of the Shepherd family home. In the beta build, Alex has a minor difference when it comes to his haircut, where it's much more clean-shaven and groomed, in comparison to his final haircut, which is a faux hawk. In the beta build, Judge Holloway has minor differences to her haircut, which is much shorter in style, in comparison to her final haircut, which is longer and tied up in a bun. While on the topic of early designs, Elle Holloway originally had a short pixie haircut, in comparison to her final design, which had her with longer hair and a ponytail. An early video trailer promoting the release of Silent Hill Homecoming showed a different time of day that was in the afternoon rather than the evening as seen here with Alex roaming the streets of Shepherd's Glen. The main protagonist, Alex Shepard, initially had two different voice actors before his main voice actor, Brian Bloom, landed the role for him. A cutscene of the beta shows a different voice actor, whose name is unknown, voicing Alex in the cutscene here with Elle and Deputy Wheeler.
I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for? This isn't your fault.
No. About earlier today. Flyers.
Forget it. I should apologize. It's just... this place brings back bad memories for me.
Nolan North initially intended to voice Alex Shepard during the early stages of development, but passed on the role later down the line. Here are a couple of dialogue lines that are voiced by Nolan North.
What am I doing here? This statue... she looks like she's supposed to be holding something. These graves are old. They go back to the Civil War. They're all from Dr. Fitch's family. That's what was missing. The doctor's lantern. I need to remember where I am. I better remember all this, in case I come back here.
Interestingly, Nolan North would have also voiced the Hunter, but this would be scrapped entirely. The Hunter would go on to be Travis Grady. There's an unused animation where Alex finds the pipe weapon in the basement of the Shepherd's estate, where he tears the pipe and emotes with a liking to it. There are unused monster designs for water-based enemies that didn't make it into the final version. This unused monster appears to be sitting crisscrossed patiently with long black hair. This unused monster is shown to be tied up by its tentacles with knives implanted into the ground. This unused monster is also tied to the ground by weights which are tied to its legs to prevent it from escaping. This unused monster is also tied to the ground by weights, although shown to have spikes protruding out of its body. This unused monster has an appearance that looks like a little girl who can levitate a heart with her hand. This unused monster is shown standing tall with long black hair with a rope tied around its legs and arms. This concept design is a closer look into one of the previously seen water-based enemies, but with a much more detail in its artwork. This unused monster is shown to have bones and small bits of flesh throughout its body as it's being tied down to the ground by a weight. Another concept design of the previously seen water-based monsters show a closer detailed look at an enemy with a naked body, squid-like tentacles, and a heart at the top of its head. This unused monster is a worm-like enemy with a long tongue. It's shown to have small babies that look similar in appearance. This unused monster looks similar to the swarm monster seen in the final version, possibly intended as an earlier design or another variant of the swarm. This unused monster has a worm-like appearance with numerous mouths spread throughout its body, along with arms protruding out of its mouth. This unused monster has 2 conjoined heads with 2 mouths and a body with multiple legs. This unused monster looks similar to the previously seen monster, although with a different variation. This unused monster shows a gluttonous-like enemy with different forms. The first form shows it to be in a pacifist state. Next, shows a huge wound in its stomach torn open, and finally, a worm-like appendage popped out of its chest. This unused monster looks similar to the Feral, albeit possibly an earlier design or a variation that was considered but scrapped. This unused monster looks to be an earlier version of the Needler or another variation, considering its sharp tendril-like features that bear similarity. Finally, we have an unused design of the Order Soldier. This appearance shows the Order Soldier without a gas mask, and instead, a sheet of clothing covering its face. Unused audio of a conversation between Alex Shepard and Judge Holloway called M14 Layer was used as an alternative intro. In this audio, Alex is angry and infuriated with Judge Holloway for her coercing the events behind Shepard's Glen, which results in her giving her side of the rebuttal.
I saved your life!
I didn't need saving. I needed to lure you in. I needed you to die. But Nora's locket, that was a surprise. And you saved me from that. So I suppose I should thank you. Thank you.
Why are you doing this?
I'm doing this to take the life from your body.
How could you do this to me? To Elle?
I want you to know that I don't take pleasure in this, Alex. It's just the way things need to be done. If I don't do it, who could I trust to do it right? Lillian? She was useless. Fitch, Bartlett, they were too weak. You see, there's only me now.
This unused audio is a cut dialogue between Alex and his brother, Joshua, in Mission 1 during the Nightmare Alchemilla Hospital sequence.
Holy shit! What the hell is that? What the hell's happening? Jesus! What just happened? There's nothing left. Oh my god. Where did he take him? Look at all this blood. Josh. Josh, is that you? What are you doing here? Hello? Who's there? I can see you there.
No, you can't. I'm not here.
Joshua? Is that you?
I'm busy. Go away.
This unused audio is of the mayor's own theme song. Presumably, this song is in relation to the mayor of Shepherd's Glen, Sam Bartlett.
I wish all the ladies were bells in a tower, and I'd be a ganger and bang 'em for hours, and roll your leg over, and roll your leg over, and roll your leg over the man on the moon. I wish all the ladies were little white cats, and I'd sweep 'em up like Minnesota fats, and roll your leg over, and roll your leg over.
The Hunter had unused missing dialogue between him and Alex at some point in the game. At some point, Alex would have stumbled upon the Hunter. The Hunter would need his aid for medical supplies. Furthermore, these two possibly would have had a crescendo event where they would have had to defend themselves from the monsters breaking into the safe house.
Get away from here! You open that door, you're a dead man! Get back or I'll shoot!
Don't shoot!
If you're human, you better speak up!
It's me, Alex.
Human enough, I guess. Alex? Didn't expect to see you again.
Are you okay?
Sorry. Look, what I really need are some medical supplies. A suture kit. What do you think?
You don't have one here?
Yeah, no shit. I used the last kit on Frank this morning. Not that it did him any good. Doc Fitch's place is north of here. Through the woods. I'm sure you can find one there. I'll be here. The window! They're coming in through the window! Take cover! Watch the roof! I can hear them up there! Keep your eyes and ears open! They're all around us! What are you, stupid? Do something! Here's some ammo!
4 unused tapes wouldn't be present in the final version of Silent Hill Homecoming. The first tape is of a young Alex pretending to be a talk show host interviewing Joshua.
This is WGLN, booming at you from Shepherd's Glen, playing all the hits. I'm Awesome Alex, here with my good friend Joshua. Josh, say hello.
Hi.
Hey Josh, tell everyone why you're here today.
I'm here today because I'm gonna sing a new song for you.
Okay, so here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time live on radio, Joshua Shepherd.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll let it dan, but I'll let it da 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 da.
The second tape is of a doctor interviewing a patient named Ethan.
Are you ready, Ethan?
Why don't you tell him to leave you alone?
Now, Ethan, I'm here to help.
He's not here to help. He's here to make fun of you.
This doesn't work unless you talk to me. Do you understand?
You're just another freak to him. A pathetic freak who can't help himself.
Why don't you tell me about what happened yesterday?
Why don't we tell him about the time we ate that woman's face?
I can help you, Ethan, but you have to tell me something.
Like the time that policeman tried to help and then you drained the blood from his heart. That was fun.
The third tape is of 2 doctors interviewing a patient named Jack.
Okay, Doc, why don't I start this time, okay? I mean, you're always starting with the questions, but it's always the same damn questions you're asking, you know? I mean, why don't we get to talk about something I want to talk about?
All right, Randall. You started off today.
Great, Doc. This is just great. I mean, all you got is what's there on that paper. But all we're gonna get to the bottom of today is my problems. You hear what I'm saying? Just you and me.
This sounds good.
Okay, Jack. Sorry to make you wait. I had to... Oh, I see you started the tape for me. How kind.
No problem, Doctor. Just wanted to help out.
So, what do you want to talk about today?
The usual will be fine. Why don't we start with my mother?
Before Silent Hill Shattered Memories was even perceived, 2 initial early concepts were considered, Brahms PD and Silent Hill Cold Heart. After releasing the PSP version of Silent Hill Origins, Konami wanted a follow-up for Origins with another PSP title. However, William Ortel, a producer of Silent Hill at the time, pushed Climax to pitch a new first-person shooter Silent Hill title for the Nintendo Wii. This pitch would be called Brahms PD, a spin-off first-person shooter featuring a psychological profile system where you play as an amnesiac police detective from the Brahms police force looking for her missing partner. This pitch, however, would ultimately be rejected. Because of this would lead to the second pitch, Silent Hill Cold Heart. Cold Heart would be pitched for a new Silent Hill game to be released for the Wii in 2007, developed by Climax Studios. In 2014, the pitch document containing an informational booklet consisting of 7 pages was leaked online. In this document, we see the introduction, gameplay features, puzzle examples, and technical aspects. The introduction would see the story centered around an emotionally unstable college student, Jessica Chambers. Jessica struggled with nightmares and insomnia, leading her to start speaking to a psychiatrist. However, this would still result in her emotional distress and turmoil. After running out of options, she decides to visit her parents to help with her mental distress. While traveling on a snowy evening, she becomes lost in a harsh blizzard and ultimately follows an ambulance closely. This eventually brings her to Silent Hill. While here, she would have experienced the psychological nature of the town, harboring physical manifestations of her inner fears and nightmares. This document contains an in-depth walkthrough of gameplay features, demonstrating the Nintendo Wii's motion controls that would see the player utilizing a flashlight, realistic melee combat, and an interactable environment. The Frozen Otherworld is a hostile environment containing dynamic transitions with a theme of a blizzard-like setting. The gameplay would have heavily capitalized on the psychological horror aspect with the use of a psych profiling, tracking the player's every move. This psychological profile would influence later events within the game. Nintendo Wi-Fi connection would be uniquely used to report real-world weather and news for dramatic effects. Jessica's cell phone would have been uniquely used as a radio of sorts, contacted by friends or foes, which should see the Wii Remote play audio from the speaker to assimilate the experience. Monsters would also be alerted by Jessica's cell phone, as it would radiate sound when monsters are nearby. Character customization would have also been a fundamental gameplay feature that would allow the player to adapt to the harsh weather through survival, such as clothing, food, drinks, barricading, etc. There is also a dedicated walkthrough of exploration and combat for a level within the game called The Lake, suggesting that a build for this level could have existed, though unlikely to resurface. While these all sound very ambitious and conceptually a great premise for a game in the Silent Hill series, it's possible Climax Studios overestimated the technology of the Nintendo Wii with its limitations. This unfortunately led to the cancellation of Silent Hill Cold Heart. However, these gameplay elements would later be repurposed for the release of Silent Hill Shattered Memories, notably reprising gameplay elements such as the Frozen Otherworld, interactable environments, and using a flashlight and cell phone. An unused psychological warning screen can be found in the game files named UI_psychology_warning_his.jpg. In the Wii and PS2 versions, the font size, warning, is used instead of psychology warning, and shows repeated text of warning in the background of the graphic. In the PSP version, the warning text is used for the title, the font size is different, and the warning is used for the graphic in the background. Interestingly, the warning graphic for the PSP version retains the warning background. The file UI_photo_Harry and Cheryl.jpg shows a photo of both Harry Mason and Cheryl Mason, indicating at some point in the game, the player would have received this image on their cell phone, given the prefix UI_photo in the file name. Two unused JPEG files of both the Wii Remote and the cell phone can be found in the game files. These unused graphics show respectively a Wii Remote and Harry's cell phone, likely intended as UI graphics for a tutorial prompt in the game. There is also an unused graphic of a close-up of Harry Mason on his cell phone. The file PR_painting_outline_ID map is an unused texture of a crude painting depicting a car with a two-story house and a couple, likely intended as an early texture for one of the therapy session exercises. The file shsm_OOB_fx_def_cards_003.png is an unused texture of a tarot card for the fourth therapy session, depicting a sad man slouched on a chair. The file shsm_OOB_PR_PSY_card_back.png is an unused texture of the back of a tarot card that has a disclaimer with a warning that reads, "This card is intended for psychological use only by trained psychologists. It should be well noted that the use of this card is dangerous and may lead to serious card-related issues. Due to its inherent danger, it should therefore be used on nobody." An unused model of young Cheryl Mason was intended to be used in cutscenes throughout the game, which can be found in the game files. The model of Harry's cell phone when he receives a call during cutscenes or when the gameplay shifts from a first-person perspective into a third-person perspective has an earlier render of the cell phone model in the game files. The early model bears a resemblance to the concept art of the cell phone. The unused song, afx_explore.snd in the PS2 and PSP versions, is loosely repurposed from the song Tribal Cursed from Silent Hill Origins. The unused song, afx_drk.snd in the PS2 and PSP version is remixed from the song Deep Thoughts from Silent Hill Origins. The unused song, afx_drk.mus, was initially used in an E3 walkthrough during the first therapy session of Dr. Kaufman. However, this would go unused in the final game. In the files of the PSP version, unused raw transitions of the woods section into the frozen otherworld transition and then into the normal world transition can be found. On the official Facebook page of Climax Studios' account shares multiple early Rorschach concept artworks with the developer's commentary on each concept artwork, detailing in retrospect the development behind each Rorschach. These represent a very early attempt to visualize some of the narrative themes and embody them through the enemy design. Unfortunately, these portrayed a very literal translation of the opening car crash sequence as opposed to exploring the underlying themes that ran throughout the narrative. The direction was subsequently pivoted towards a concept with roots more familiar to what you see in the game now. A neutrally aligned Rorschach enemy was required as a starting point, the point of introduction, a point before enough personal psych data has been collated in order to align the enemy of your playthrough. This image shows the neutral psyche, but with the first stages of bias, in this case, disease. Continuing the disease and tumor theme, these sketches form some of the early rounds of concepts. We moved away from some of the traditional staples of horror seen here, and focused more on an interpretation of the narrative thread. It is no one's fault. Harry and Dahlia have simply drifted apart. They are now trapped in a dying relationship, but each is unwilling to acknowledge it. It was Harry's fault. Harry is a drunk/addict. Every aspect of his life is mired by his addiction. Rather than being a loving husband/father, he is a drunk. The schema of green wine bottles, absinthe, queasiness, yellow of whiskey, vomit, and liver disease formed the backdrop to your narrative, whereas in the Frozen Nightmare, you were harassed by a vision of disease and tumors. It was Harry's fault. Harry is a serial adulterer and is sexually immoral. His affairs are harmful to his family and to the women he has with them. In turn, the Frozen Nightmare manifests itself appropriately. A behind-the-scenes video captured by the game's director and producer, Sam Barlow, documents a video of motion capture actors rehearsing for a music video of one of the Silent Hill Shattered Memories soundtrack songs, Always in My Mind. According to Sam Barlow, this music video for Always in My Mind would be unreleased to the public, with this being the only known footage to date. In the game files, two placeholder graphics were used as an early design for the title of Silent Hill Downpour. Earlier on in development, the pending title was Silent Hill Downfall. Some MIP maps have extra resources that show a list of extra collectibles that display potential items that could have been collected throughout gameplay. The text highlighted in red reads, Gold Frog, with there only being one available to collect. A graphic of a home key that is covered in bloodstains acted as a placeholder for one of the keys you collect at some point in-game. A graphic that is intended as a placeholder for presumably one of the advertisements in-game depicts a man named Rondell Rollins under the alias Feynman, who is wanted for an arrest warrant that rewards someone $50 million, displaying a mugshot of him with hair and without hair. A placeholder image that reads Story Objects in a red font is found in the game files. There are 3 graphics of writing on a chalkboard that have different variations of the letter font. Interestingly, these names in the respective files are labeled under Easy, Middle, and Hard. A poster for one of the arcade games you play at some point shows an unused graphic of an advertisement for the arcade machine, Jailbreak. It reads, "Free ticket for kids who beat our escape game. Be free and get a free ticket. Tokens are available at the kiosk. Win and ride." A prototype of the diner map can be found in the game files, alongside many early versions of maps you find throughout the game. Here, we see a very rough minimalist design of the map with an outline of the surrounding area without much detail. Next is an early version of the first floor of the diner map. Then, an early version of the map for the ground basement floor. Up next is an early version of the boiler room in the prison, an early version of Death Row, an early version of the main hallway, an early version of the first floor of the prison yard, and finally, an early version of the second floor of the prison yard. A graphic containing 4 different materials of textures, presumably for the environment, are compiled together in this image. The upper top right of the graphic shows a placeholder image of a person holding flowers. The next graphic shows various materials for the environment, various fonts, torn and ripped up notes, and a black and white photo of presumably Murphy's wife and next to her, his son, Charlie. We also see a mugshot of Murphy with a side profile and a front profile with his prison number. Finally, we get a crude drawing of Murphy and Charlie. The next file shows more unused textures that have a large amount of police badges, miscellaneous objects, and another crude drawing of Murphy and his family. In this file of unused graphics, we see a clock tower, more textures for the environment, and early models of Murphy and his family depicted in a family portrait. Murphy has his prison attire, Charlie with overalls, but weirdly enough, the mother has no final model. Instead, a basic texture of a 3D model. A file that contains unused test materials reads, "Die you sucker." In one of the early prototype builds, there are rough renders of the streets of Silent Hill and the interior of the diner. At the beginning of the game, there would have been a prison riot sequence that ultimately went unused. Inside the file, 01_prn_cells_AI.xxx show many unused images from a prison riot when going into Ryle State Prison. These images depict the police officers dealing with damage control as the prisoners who've escaped are causing a riot throughout the prison, which causes nothing but pure violence and chaos. These images were likely meant to be displayed on TV screens as the file name, screen_riot_0x_PRN_AS_D suggests this. An unused graphic of one of the minor characters seen in game, Homer, interestingly, has a texture of multiple Homers looking directly into the screen ominously. Speaking of the minor character, Homer initially was never meant to have a short role reduced to a side quest, but rather, one of the antagonists in the story. According to Discord users, Dust the Crow and Devil Dwarf explained to me that Homer had an unused model with rough textures that depict him as the ferryman. In this model, we see the ferryman in a raincoat along with a lantern. The file name, ferryman_civil.ai, suggests that ferryman would be in a passive state when talking with Murphy. The files james_head.ai and sybil_head.ai show 2 unused basic textures of face models of what would be James Sunderland and Sybil Bennett. According to Devil Dwarf, both of these face models for James and Sybil would have been displayed in the walls of Devil's Pit. An unused sign of the iconic Silent Hill sign you would find when first entering the town is unused, only with rough textures and a basic 3D model. An early unused 3D model of Officer Sewell can be found in the files. Interestingly, this early version of Officer Sewell pays close attention to detail to his early concept design. An unused 3D model of a scuba diver is found in the game files. However, its purpose or function is unknown. An early unused 3D model of the Screamer with a rough and basic blue texture is found in the game files. Found in the game files are removed items that were potentially considered to be used by Murphy at some point in game, but later scrapped. Here, we see a flashlight, tape recorders, batteries, pocket knife, cable cord, watches, and a remote. Unused monastery items can also be found in the files, which likely would have been used at some point in the St. Maria's Monastery area during gameplay. In the files, there are a lot of unused weapons that would be scrapped and not make it into the final game. In chronological order, these are the following unused weapons: bamboo torch, broken bamboo torch, barrel, cup, broken cup, lamp, spear, broken spear, screwdriver, broken screwdriver, electric kettle, broken electric kettle, dismembered arm from the doll monster, garbage bin, heavy book, juice box, broken juice box, locker, long tree branch, short tree branch, manhole, metal plate, paper cutter, broken paper cutter, scissors, broken scissors, sharp bone, broken sharp bone, small table, tin can, and finally, broken tin can. Furthermore, there are also 2 unused weapon states. The stalker enemy, Boogeyman, has a weapon called the Boogeyman's Hammer that has an unused broken state. Interestingly, the Boogeyman's Hammer is impossible to damage in-game and can never be broken, suggesting earlier on in development, Murphy would have been able to deal damage to the Boogeyman's Hammer. Up next is a police baton that is typically equipped with Officer Sewell. Interestingly, the police baton is not accessible as a weapon to be used by Murphy. In the files, there are unused audio recordings of an unknown British voice actor who voiced some of Murphy's lines, likely intended as a placeholder, until the eventual voice actor for Murphy, David Boyd Conrad, would voice the main protagonist himself.
Okay, man, think. First things first. Find the highway, put some ground between yourself and the bus. Shit, I'll never get up that. Gotta be another way to the highway. Guess you should have stayed put like I told you. Stupid bitch.
One of the more fascinating discoveries is the restoration of the unused Monocle Man boss fight. Before the release of Silent Hill Downpour, there was a pre-release trailer accidentally uploaded by Konami that showed the in-game progress of the Monocle Man as a boss fight. However, for over a decade, this would be the only source of reference we ever had. That is, until recently, YouTube user DDK Oswald would upload a video where he went into one of the prototype builds containing the Monocle Man boss fight and restored it to completion. In the boss fight, we see Murphy encounter the Monocle Man himself, where he must avoid his tendril-like arms that deal damage to Murphy. To defeat the Monocle Man, Murphy must activate machines that then reveal cogwheels. These cogwheels are meant to bait the Monocle Man's tendril-like arms into the cogwheels to deal damage to his health. During this, Murphy could be susceptible to a QuickTime event where the player must smash a button prompt to escape the Monocle Man's grasp from dealing further damage to Murphy. Upon consecutive sequences of the events, eventually, Murphy would defeat the Monocle Man to where it vanishes completely. After the opening intro cinematic with James Sunderland in the restroom where he looks at himself in the mirror, becoming out of touch with reality, he finds himself reflecting on the letter he received from Mary after she passed away due to mysterious disease, yet committed to knowing how or where she is alive in the town of Silent Hill, where she is waiting for him in their special place. After the monologue, the player gets full control over James while in the parking lot of the observation deck overseeing Toluca Lake. When approaching James's car to retrieve the map, the player can get a slight glimpse at the interior of James's car. If the player were to manipulate the camera, they could look into the passenger seat to see a blanket that takes up the entire back passenger seat and outlines the body. This may seem a bit odd at first glance, but this is actually part of a previous and ongoing fan theory where players speculated that Mary's corpse was actually in the backseat all along. This is further evident when answered by Masahiro Ito, series monster designer, regarding the legitimacy of this theory. According to him, Mary's body was always meant to be in the back passenger seat. This claim is further cemented with a slight hint in the in-water ending, where we get to see James in the driver's seat of his car, then looking slowly behind him at the back passenger seat, presumably at Mary's corpse. Before leaving the observatory deck, you can return and enter the restroom James was previously in. If you leave the door open and look to the right of the wall, you'll find posters advertising Heaven's Night with Maria being featured. Going down the road, you'll find a large and wide metallic fence blocking off the road from being entered. If you look up at the signs, you'll find Old Silent Hill and Brahms. Old Silent Hill is a previously seen location that was in Silent Hill 1. Brahms is the city Sybil Bennett, a major character from Silent Hill 1, is originally from. When walking on the forest trail to the town of South Vale, James will encounter a well with a red square lying at the bottom. They are used as save points throughout the game. While this is a fact, what's interesting is that James comments on the feeling of, quote, someone going inside his skull to grope him. This is literally and figuratively meta-commentary, as we the player are going inside James's mind to save his progress, that is, in this context, his memories throughout the game. A detail that is crucial in James's journey of remembering his time in Silent Hill, along with his wife Mary before her death. When reaching the graveyard where we meet Angela Orozco, we get to interact with her for the first time, questioning where to follow a path that leads to the town of South Vale. Following the interaction, we can have the option to talk to her once again. If we take a moment to manipulate the camera once again, we can see a bit more detail behind Angela's character model, where we get to see her nails, torn and wear, where it looks as if she was biting on them previously. This is a small subtle detail to her character development of the trauma she received during her long years of abuse from her father, Thomas Orozco, manifested as the abstract daddy from her subconscious that is realized in the town itself. In mental health, nail biting can be a sign of anxiety or stress, as well as depression. While not confirmed, Angela presumably used this as a coping mechanism. While walking on the path to the town of South Vale, James will encounter on the path a farm called Silent Hill Ranch. Silent Hill Ranch is also a location previously seen in the original Silent Hill 2 briefly, such as here. While this may seem insignificant at the moment, there is actually a well-known meme of the sign of Silent Hill Ranch that was heavily mocked by the community in its portrayal in the Silent Hill HD collection. In the HD collection, the sign switched its previous font to a Comic Sans font that looked out of place. The sign would hilariously make a return in the remake, albeit well hidden inside the barn on the ranch. If we manipulate the camera, we can find this exact same Comic Sans font once more. One of the unlockable achievements in Silent Hill 2 Remake is called Echoes. To unlock this, the player must witness all glimpses of the past in a single playthrough. These glimpses of the past are homages to the original Silent Hill 2 that serve as references to events that played out in the story. Such callbacks and references make a notable return throughout the remake, such as seen here in the underpass before entering the town of South Vale. This was originally where James encountered the lying figure and received the wooden plank. Another glimpse of the past references the corpse you'd originally find at the end of Martin Street to retrieve the Woodside Apartments key. Others include the original coin puzzle found littered in debris in Blue Creek Apartments, and the original Pyramid Head boss fight in the stairwell of Blue Creek Apartments. There are approximately 26 glimpses of the past that would spark nostalgia and memories that remind us of the original, but I'll leave those for you to discover and find yourself. Continuing onwards into the town of South Vale, we can find memos of references to Silent Hill locations, lore, and history in the Silent Hill timeline. When walking up north of Neely Street, James can stumble upon a memo that details popular landmark destinations in Silent Hill. These locations are Toluca Lake, Lakeside Amusement Park, the Lighthouse, and Old Silent Hill. Lakeside Amusement Park made previous appearances in Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 during the Otherworld sequences. The Lighthouse appeared in Silent Hill 1 during the Nightmare Resort area sequence, and finally, Old Silent Hill is one of the main locations you explore in Silent Hill 1 as the playable protagonist Harry Mason. When inside Woodside Apartments, on the first floor in room 112, James could find a newspaper article that goes into heavy detail about a murder case about two unfortunate victims named Billy and Miriam Locane, murdered by the serial killer Walter Sullivan, the main antagonist of Silent Hill 4. The importance of this murder case is that it is loosely tied to Silent Hill 4, which sets up Walter Sullivan as his role in conducting the 21 Sacraments ritual, as well as the appearance of the twin victims, a monster manifested by the psyche of Walter Sullivan's memories. Further references to Silent Hill 4 could also be found in Woodside Apartments Room 102, with a very similar replication of Room 302, the apartment room in which Henry Townsend, the protagonist of Silent Hill 4, resided. It may just be a coincidence, however, but the similarities are too noticeable to dismiss. When accessing the public pool in the apartment complex, James can find a map that not only is the town of South Vale, but actually the original map itself. When exploring Nightmare Blue Creek Apartments, James will eventually come to stumble upon room 209. When entering, if you turn your volume up and listen very carefully, you can hear a whisper of words being spoken. These words at first glance are very haunting and creepy, as it's unexpected. However, this is a reference to room 209 in the original Silent Hill 2, where the same events happens when entering the room itself. What's interesting about this whisper, however, is more so the origin of the whisper itself, as it was initially speculated by the community to have some bearing of importance. In an interview with an English translator and localizer, Jeremy Blostein reveals that the whisper that players hear in room 209 is nothing more than one of the voice actors rehearsing lines with gibberish during recording sessions. During the boss fight with Pyramid Head, you may have the impression of dealing damage to him to defeat him to continue with progression throughout the story. And while this is true, you technically don't have to deal any damage at all to Pyramid Head, and instead, wait out the boss fight itself as there is a time limit before the duration of the fight ends. After meeting Maria at the pier in Rosewater Park, James and Maria will find Jack's Inn to retrieve a key to continue their journey through West Southvale to find Mary. During this stop, however, there are quite a few huge Easter eggs that you can find in the motel rooms. On the second floor of Jack's Inn, James can find a memo that hints at the access code for the locker safe. When returning to Maria, Maria holds out to James her classic outfit from the original Silent Hill 2. A nice little reference and joke at the expense of her fashion design, in which she asks James if she would look good in it or not.
Sure.
Not quite the ringing endorsement, but hey, we'll take it.
If we were to continue to room 106, we could find a fedora that lies on the edge of a chair. This fedora is a reference to Douglas Cartland, a major character from Silent Hill 3, who is a private investigator tasked by the religious cult, The Order, to go and find Heather Mason, the main protagonist from Silent Hill 3. Further cementing this reference to Silent Hill 3 is James's comment about feeling uncomfortable and not safe in this room.
I think we should leave.
Oh, loosen up, James. It sure beats running around with those monsters out there.
I'm not so sure.
James confirms his suspicions when revisiting room 106 during the Night West Southvale sequence to find the Halo of the Sun, hidden behind torn wallpaper. The Halo of the Sun is the signature symbol that affiliates with the Order, reflecting the ideas of the rebirth of a god, cleansing the world of hate and in turn, giving birth to a paradise. A heavy motivation from both antagonists Dahlia Gillespie and Claudia Wolf, respectively from Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, cultists who resided in the town of Old Silent Hill, the base of their operations. Before using the key to leave Jack's Inn, you can visit Pete's Bolorama beforehand alongside with Maria. While here, James discovers a box of open pizza that isn't finished. If you were to interact with the pizza, James makes a familiar comment.
Ugh, this town's full of monsters. Who could just sit here and eat pizza?
This comment he makes is a reference to a funny interaction between James and Eddie from the original Silent Hill 2, in which James implores Eddie to join him in finding Laura. Eddie refuses and instead decides to eat his pizza. James responds in frustration and confusion by Eddie being so calm eating pizza, while there's a town full of monsters.
Eddie, let's go after her. Huh? Laura? Why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
While not the same delivery featured in the remake, this similar interaction is seen in Revere Theater, where instead of pizza, Eddie is eating a tub of ice cream. Upon leaving Pete's Bolorama and heading west past Silent Hill Historical Society, James can stumble upon a corpse with a memo by it. After reading the memo, you can finally hear two sounds of bodies hitting the pavement behind you. Backtracking a little, you will find two mannequins lying deceased on the road. This may seem very random and odd, but it's a reference to the mannequins found in the same road in the original Silent Hill 2, where they randomly get launched from the bushes onto the road to attack James. After leaving Jack's Inn, James finds a mansion in front of him with the entrance open, only to find a white liquid that is broken. Upon returning to Maria, James asks Maria if she is feeling okay, to which she responds not feeling safe and has a bad memory of this mansion.
Yeah, it's just... this place just gives me the creeps. Not sure why.
You ever been inside?
I'm not sure. It does feel familiar somehow. Like a bad memory. It's nothing, really.
This is a reference to her sub-scenario, Born from a Wish, a playable side story that is unlocked after beating the main story, Letter from Silent Heaven. When James and Maria find themselves in Heaven's Night talking to each other and relaxing before going back to exploring West Southvale to find Mary, Maria offers James a drink to celebrate finding what they both like to call hope. James, however, respectively declines Maria's offer of drinking alcohol. What's interesting about this scene is the subtle hand movement James makes when contemplating drinking alcohol or not. It's a nice attention to detail that touches upon James's previous alcoholism after the passing of Mary, and while Mary was in the hospital for her unknown terminal illness. What's really cool about this detail though, is that it actually is seen in the original Silent Hill 2, when James and Maria enter the back entrance leading into Heaven's Night. James can find bottles of alcohol to interact with and make a comment on it, stating how he used to be a heavy drinker to drink away from the pain he felt. While exploring Revere Theater to find Laura, James stumbles upon a theater room where the picture starts to suddenly play on a blank white screen. If you were to wait long enough, you can get a quick glimpse of a frame that is in black and white. If paused at the appropriate frame and zoomed into focus, the player can see a frame of the videotape in which James filmed where he and Mary stayed in room 302 of Lakeview Hotel during a vacation trip to Silent Hill. These foreshadow the events that are yet to come, where James eventually remembers he killed Mary. After defeating the Fleshlips in Brookhaven Hospital, James is then transported to Nightmare Brookhaven Hospital. While here, after exiting the first room and turning to your left, you'll find a red square to save your progress. You'll find imagery of a rusted metallic fence along with a fan spinning slowly. This looks similar to the same presentation of Silent Hill 1 when in Nightmare Midwich Elementary School as Harry Mason, and Silent Hill 3 in the cathedral before the final boss. However, this could just be mere coincidence. When first entering the labyrinth, James can find an abstract and disturbing hallway that is filled with limbs of mannequins that block James's path in progressing. Upon closer inspection, this could be a reference to the opening intro cinematic of the original Silent Hill 2, which also features similar imagery of the mannequins. Continuing in the labyrinth, James will find himself exploring the rotted area, where he finds a room that is filled with only a office space. It's quite the odd inclusion and questionable, to say the least, as to why such a random space is seen here in all of places. However, if we take a look at James's character profile, it reveals that James's occupation is a clerk. This is revealed in the Book of Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, an official 136-page documentation of the earlier Silent Hill games before Silent Hill 4. In this documentation, we can find a page specifically about the character profiles from Silent Hill 2. At some point during the story, James eventually develops a lot of wear and tear over time when it comes to his appearance. One notable detail is his thumbs when inspecting the map of a location he is in. For example, when first arriving in Silent Hill, his thumbs will be noticeably clean. Eventually, when in the labyrinth, James's thumbs will look dirty. More of this tired appearance is also seen when James is talking to Laura after it's revealed that he killed Mary, with notable eye bags around his eyes. Before the boss fight with Eddie, you'll stumble upon a cemetery that features various gravestones. On one of these gravestones, we once again get a reference to Walter Sullivan. When exploring the basement of Lakeview Hotel to find a way to escape, James can find a kitchen that will have an assortment of food. If James chooses to interact with the bread, you'll get an achievement called It's Bread, a reference to a meme from Silent Hill 3 where Heather Mason can also interact with bread in the bakery store of Central Square Shopping Center. If she chooses to interact with the bread, she comments, "It's bread." Before the Pyramid Head duo boss fight, if you choose to save at the 9 red squares, you can see a subtle difference in James's facial expression when looking at the red square. Initially, James would stare blankly. However, he instead looks away from the screen and avoids making contact this time. While mysterious and not exactly explained, it can be theorized that this is a nod to James's uncertainty about accepting the truth as he recently learned that he killed Mary. The red squares are theorized to be a reflection of one's inner feelings and thoughts, an insight into James's psyche, if you will. At the beginning of the game, before leaving the observation deck, you can inspect Mary's letter to see the handwriting on the paper. At the end of the game, before fighting the Pyramid Head duo and Mary, the letter is not to be found, never existing and merely just one of James's delusions of Mary being alive, manifested by the town itself. Upon finishing the game, you have the option of selecting New Game Plus. When playing in New Game Plus, you can find a now unlockable weapon called the Chainsaw near Silent Hill Ranch. When used on an enemy, if you were to wait for a certain amount of time, you can see James do an idle animation. This is also a feature that is seen in the original Silent Hill 2. After the opening cinematic cutscene, if you were to walk down the road of the observation deck, you can find a white van parked by the entrance of the forest trail. This white van is speculated to be owned by Eddie Dombrowski, one of the main characters in Silent Hill 2 Remake. While not confirmed by word of mouth from Eddie himself, it's heavily implied that it is related to him, given the messy interior of the car itself, such as the large soda cup discarded on the dashboard. Eddie is known to be messy when it comes to him and food. Another indicator of this van belonging to Eddie is in the original FMV intro of the original Silent Hill 2. In the intro cinematic, we get a brief cutscene of Eddie and Laura conversating by a white van, with Eddie sitting by it. Further down the road past Eddie's white van is a large metal fence that blocks the player from entering through the tunnel, with a message that reads, "Welcome." However, the sign is notably missing a couple of words, which are the letters L and E. There is interestingly quite a bit of history regarding this certain welcome message, prior to Silent Hill 2 Remake. In the original Silent Hill 2, there was a beta version titled Silent Hill 2 version 0.10. In the beta version, the welcome message contained 2 letter L's, with a missing E at the end of welcome. In the final version of Silent Hill 2, it was fixed. In the observation deck, if you return to the restroom, you can find a certain graffiti at the end of the restroom stall. This graffiti is a crude depiction of the demon Lilith, containing Hebrew writing. Above the graffiti are a depiction of Sanoi, Sanzanoi, and Samnagloth. Interestingly, this depiction of the demon Lilith is found in the Kabbalah by Gershom Scholem. This graffiti was originally seen in the original Silent Hill 2 as well. Before the first encounter with the lying figure, you can find a monument that is on Lindsay Street. This monument is known as Remains of Blood Swamp. Upon reading, the following text is redacted and hard to detail the full transcript of the full message. However, when uncovering the files from the original Silent Hill 2, it contains a fully legible script. Essentially, it details the story of a swamp called Blood Swamp, due to the town's executioners using the swamp as a means to wash their execution tools after an execution. Hence, the blood from the tools pollutes the swamp with blood, earning the nickname. Throughout Silent Hill 2 Remake, you'll find dead bodies littered in areas they explore across the town of Southvale. If you take a closer look, you can see that many of the corpses have details that match James's appearance. This is an intentional detail that is supposed to be a reflection of James's suppressed thoughts, feelings, and emotions when it comes to himself. This conveys the idea of James subconsciously desiring punishment for his misdeed of killing his wife Mary. The town's spiritual power manifests as James' fears that are brought to life by tormenting him with these mangled, deceased, and mutilated corpses. These dead bodies are also originally seen in the original Silent Hill 2 that serves the same purpose. In the town of Southvale, you'll come to find a restaurant called Happy Burger. This is an in-universe fast food restaurant in the Silent Hill franchise that is a parody of the fast food chain Burger King. Happy Burger has made a previous appearance in Silent Hill 3, where Heather wakes up in the fast food restaurant after a nightmare she has of the other world, upon dying in her dream. It also has other fast food parodies seen in the franchise, such as Konami Burger or Queen Burger in Silent Hill 1. While looking for parts for the jukebox puzzle to collect the Woodside Apartments key, you'll eventually stumble across an apartment building called Saul Street Apartments. Here, you'll find an apartment with a noticeable hole in the bathroom. Players have suspected that this hole is a reference to Silent Hill 4, as Henry Townsend also discovers he has a hole in his bathroom wall. The reason why this is seemingly a reference to Silent Hill 4 is not only the hole itself, but also the interior of the bathroom looking fairly similar to that of Henry's bathroom in room 302. Throughout Silent Hill 2 Remake, you'll find monsters called creepers, these small insect-like cockroaches that deal small damage to James. The creepers originally manifest from Alessa Gillespie, an important character from Silent Hill 1. She has a disgust and dislike of these insects, to the extent to where the town itself manifests these creatures to life. According to Masahiro Ito, he would address this inclusion of the creepers with a comment on Twitter, stating that it's merely a homage to Silent Hill 1. While in Woodside Apartments, James encounters Pyramid Head behind a barred fence in the hallway. If you were to have your chainsaw equipped in New Game Plus and walk up to Pyramid Head, he does an animation where he lifts the chainsaw above his head and makes a battle cry. It's also important to note that James does this with usually every enemy, and sometimes even in interactable objects. After the cutscene of being introduced to Eddie, you can explore a room close by. Here, you'll find a bedroom with football posters and a football helmet. This is a reference to the victim that Eddie shot in the kneecap that was his bully. The revolver Eddie is seen using before his boss fight is the same revolver he uses to shoot the football player in the kneecap, as well as the dog he killed. In the freezer room with the deceased corpses, these aren't actually real people killed, merely delusions. Masahiro Ito confirms this, stating that Eddie only killed the dog. Upon completing the coin cabinet puzzle, you receive the key to room 201. In this room, you'll find a bedroom with a bed to the side, a nightstand with a lamp, and a chair next to it. In the ending, you'll find this same bedroom, now accompanied by a bedridden Mary and James sitting next to her. This room is most likely the room Mary lived in during her final days before her death. Interestingly, in the labyrinth, specifically the Ridden area, you can find the same bedroom becoming more in ruin during the 3 trials. After completing the final trial, a wall would become rubble and debris, landing specifically on Mary's bed, symbolic of Mary's illness going through stages before succumbing to her death, as well as Mary and James's lives becoming ruined and falling apart. As you explore Blue Creek Apartments, you can find a haunting black silhouette in a lit-up window. It's speculated to be either one of the spirits of the people who used to occupy the apartment complex, or a spirit of Mary watching over James. However, there is no substance to these claims, mostly speculation. Much like the original Silent Hill 2, James also sticks his hand into a toilet to retrieve an item. The difference here is that in the original, James finds a note for the locker puzzle in the next room over to get handgun ammo. In the remake, he retrieves the minute hand for the grandfather clock puzzle. After the cutscene with Angela in the mirror room of Blue Creek Apartments, you can find a photo that shows a family together. However, if you look closely, you can see that it is conveniently ripped up in 2, separating the father and brother from the mother and daughter. This gives subtle imagery of Angela's relationship with her father and brother, as they abused her extensively since she was a young girl. In room 2 of 2 of Blue Creek Apartments, you can find a massive swarm of moths. Later, in the final boss fight with Mary, one of Mary's primary attacks is using a swarm of moths to attack James. Moths are seen as a symbol of death in most cultures. Black moths, in particular, can represent morality, divinity, new beginnings, and resurrection, a motif that is seen in the death of Mary that proceeds to coexist with the birth of Maria. In Jack's Inn, if you were to save at the car with the red square, Maria makes a comment to James asking him if he is alright as he is frozen, while the player is saving their progress, a joke that breaks the 4th wall.
James? Is everything alright? Hey, you okay? It's like you froze for a second.
Yeah, it's fine.
At the front entrance of Baldwin Mansion, you can find a white chrism in New Game Plus, an item needed to unlock the Rebirth ending. An ending that sees James refusing to accept Mary's death and trying to resurrect her with the help of the items needed to commence the ritual. The white chrism is also seen in the original Silent Hill 2 in the sub-scenario Born from a Wish. This is an item that Ernest Baldwin needs to conduct a ritual to bring back his late daughter after she passed away some time ago. In Heaven's Night, you can find a couple of references to pop culture media, most notably inspirations behind the Silent Hill games. By the bar, you can find Jacob's Lagger, a reference to Jacob's Ladder, and Ale Peaks, a reference to Twin Peaks. Close by, you can find a sticker of Robbie the Rabbit, a mascot for a lakeside amusement park. Finally, in the Lost and Found bin, you can find items such as a wallet, a ring, and black shades. If we take into account the black shades, this could be referencing Sybil Bennett, a police officer from Silent Hill 1, who's also seen wearing black shades in the intro FMV. The ring is possibly connected to James, as he is seen missing his ring from his ring finger in the opening cinematic. Finally, a nurse's uniform can be found in one of the booths. This is a reference to a nurse from Silent Hill 4 called Rachel. A similar looking nurse outfit is found in Silent Hill 4 in South Ashfield Heights. While in Nightmare Brookhaven Hospital, you can find a room on the 2nd floor that has a bed and a nightstand of medication besides it. This is connected to Mary, specifically during her time in the hospital with her unknown illness. This also appears in the original Silent Hill 2. While exploring Night West Southvale, you can stumble upon a bus that reads Silent Hill School Bus. This could be referencing Midwich Elementary School, a school located in Old Silent Hill from Silent Hill 1. There also happens to be a similar looking school bus seen by Midwich Elementary School. In Silent Hill Historical Society, there's a painting depicting the steamboat Little Baroness, a ship that sailed across Toluca Lake in November 1918. However, in a tragic incident, the boat sank for unknown reasons, resulting in 14 people on board succumbing to their deaths. In Silent Hill the Arcade, the Little Baroness plays a huge plot point surrounding the story. Characters Eric and Tina, along with their club from university, visit Silent Hill to uncover the mystery behind the voyage and the deaths surrounding it. While exploring Silent Hill Historical Society, there is a painting of the founding members, picturing all of them sitting together. In the original Silent Hill 2, the same painting can also be found in the Silent Hill Historical Society. However, the painting depicted is actually not the founding members themselves, but rather the members of Team Silent, the development team behind Silent Hill 2. There's a painting depicting Pyramid Head in the Silent Hill Historical Society, with an iconic pose that shows Pyramid Head standing tall with his great sword, with hanging caged bodies floating above. The painting, Misty Day Remains of Judgment, is a painting both James and Mary view upon their visit to Silent Hill during their vacation and right before Mary gets sick with her incurable disease. This painting stuck to James's memory, and because of James's desire to seek punishment for his sins and crimes against Mary, this would idealize into the physical manifestation we know as Pyramid Head. Before jumping down the hole to Toluca Prison, you can find a painting called Crimson and White Banquet. This painting depicts the town's executioners dating back to the early history of Silent Hill. At this time, the town's cults, the Order, stole from the natives and claimed the land for themselves. The Valtiel sector would perform public and ritualistic executions, wearing red hoods over their heads and an executioner outfit that closely resembles Pyramid Head. In the basement area of Toluca Prison, you can find a jail cell that has 3 paintings. In one of these paintings, you can find one titled Burning Man, showing a building burning on fire. This building in question is the Lakeview Hotel. To support this, if we head into the Lakeview Hotel employee section area, specifically the break room, we can find a heater with a text that reads, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." This implies that Johnny caused the heater to malfunction and caught the surrounding curtain on fire, causing the series of events to burn down Lakeview Hotel. Further supporting this is the sign above the entrance to Lakeview Hotel that reads, "Special places spark fires that warm our hearts forever." After the cutscene of James meeting Maria in the labyrinth, if you were to return back to the same room, you can find Maria humming the song Promise, the main theme of Silent Hill 2. While ascending the stairs from the first floor to the second floor of Lakeview Hotel, you can find a wall of paintings. One of these paintings references a familiar household, the Gillespie house from Silent Hill 1. The Gillespie house is home to both Dahlia Gillespie and Alessa Gillespie, located in their hometown of Old Silent Hill. In the dog ending, you come to the revelation that the events of Silent Hill 2 Remake were orchestrated by a Shiba Inu named Mira. In this ending, there are a couple of neat references to the original Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill Pakislot. In the original dog ending, James would speak in Japanese by his original voice actor, Guy Sihi. In the remake's dog ending, James speaks in Polish by his voice actor, Luke Roberts.
Pokaż. Nie. To nie może być prawda.
The monitor displays a picture of Mira that is taken from one of the promotional images from Silent Hill Pakislot. In the UFO ending, James summons a UFO that is revealed to have the original James Sunderland from the original Silent Hill 2 accompanied by an alien known as the Greys. The original UFO ending of the original Silent Hill 2 initially had Harry Mason, the protagonist of Silent Hill 1, accompanying the Greys. As you make your way to Southvale, you'll find yourself exploring much of this section of the town to get parts that are required for the jukebox puzzle. While exploring, you'll most likely find yourself walking down Neely Street. Neely Street has had quite a bit of an extensive history that is not as well known. This development extends previously to the original Silent Hill 2. During the production of Silent Hill 2, Team Silent took time to fly to California to the Konami branch located in Redwood City. Neighboring Redwood City is a city called San Bruno, California. Team Silent would use this opportunity as a means to capture photography for reference when idealizing and visioning the town of Southville. This would see the creation of the back alley neighborhoods to then one of the streets named Neely Street. When comparing the reference of the locations themselves to the buildings seen in-game, it's easy to see the resemblance side by side. However, later on in development, many of the buildings in Neely Street that were inspired by real-life buildings in San Bruno would be cut and changed to avoid legality issues with image appropriation. Interestingly, much of the original buildings seen in the original Silent Hill 2 would be used as a reference and even translated to the remake, with familiar looking buildings seen from the original. Speaking of Neely Street, if we were to walk down the street itself, you'd stumble upon a police cruiser parked next to the sidewalk. If you were to approach the vehicle, then stand in front of the hood, and look closely, you can find 3 symbols located in the left, right, and bottom regions of the Silent Hill New England Police Department symbol. These 3 runes are associated with the Halo of the Sun symbol, a symbol that is closely associated with the cult's The Order, a cult that has been a part of Silent Hill since its early history. The Halo of the Sun, when defining its religious beliefs and values by the cult, its foundation is believing in the resurrection, God, and the inner world. Or simply put, by one of the leaders of the cult, Claudia Wolf, the rebirth of God and the birth of a new paradise. In context, much of the mystical and psychological nature that is derived from the town of Silent Hill itself is based profoundly on the cult's practices that are sourced from the symbol itself. The 3 runes seen here are the following: the TPRUS, or the TPRES, the AMB, or the AMB, and finally the TPRU, or the TPRU. What these 3 runes have with one another is correlated and directly tied to the Hungarian runes found in Old Hungarian script, an alphabetic writing system used to write and speak the Hungarian language in the 17th century. It's theorized that the 3 runes seen here have a relation to God. Eventually, the Halo of the Sun makes another brief appearance, seen partially in room 106 behind torn wallpaper upon exploring Night West Southvale. Also, while on the topic of the Halo of the Sun and the 3 runes found on the hood of the police cruiser, the Silent Hill New England Police Department, or just the police department in general, is previously seen in Silent Hill 1, specifically located in Central Silent Hill. In Neely's bar, there is a message that is plastered on the window with newspapers that have the message, "There was a hole here, it's gone now." Undoubtedly, this is one of, if not the most ominous and mysterious of messages that the player can find throughout the game. Interestingly, this isn't the only message but one of many other vague messages that appear throughout James's journey. If we were to dissect and interpret this message with what's given to us at face value, it's hard to decipher and understand what this message can mean. But given the context of the town of Silent Hill's psychological and mystical nature, that manifests much of the user's subconscious thoughts that become manifested in physical form, the messages may be directly tied to James's suffering as a means to punish him. This can be supported by some messages that taunt James by deriving from his subconscious desires and thoughts that are seen in this physical messaging that is meant to be a form of him seeking punishment, but simultaneously, possibly even intentionally, guidance into the step in the right direction in his journey to find Mary. There are also the literal holes James stumbles upon in-game when it comes to either putting his hand into a deep hole to grab an essential item needed for a puzzle, or his encounter of the holes to jump down from Silent Hill Historical Society into Toluca Prison, and eventually into the Labyrinth. This shows James' lack of care and self-worth when it comes to committing these very rash and admittedly dangerous actions that see him become reckless and not caring what happens to himself. When Masahiro Ito was asked about his thoughts and interpretation of the "there was a hole here, it's gone now" message, he stated, "The original phrase, 'there was a hole here, it's gone now,' was not by me, but a 3D environment artist, Miura, or the scenario writer, Owaku." This is one of the brilliant phrases from that. I love it. Masahiro Ito. A couple months later, Masahiro Ito gets asked a similar question concerning the message, which sees him state that it was once again either conceived from Takashi Miura or Hiroyuki Owaku, members of Team Silent that worked on the original Silent Hill 2. His interpretation is that James is trying to hide in a hole, but can't. Furthermore, Masahiro Ito finalizes his thoughts stating that the message is up to interpretation. In the store, Green Pharmacy, there is the option to enter and find a receipt on the counter. This receipt contains 4 prescription medications: Relive Mid, Barolomin, Zolprazanax, and finally, Imatnilamid. These prescriptions are in reality fake and made specifically as fictional medication for the game and based on real-world medication. However, the importance of these medications is that they are treated for anxiety disorder and cancer treatment. This can be symbolic of Mary's unknown illness and the possibility of James having to purchase similar or the same medication for her health. What's interesting and important to note that the original actor for James Sterling, Guy Seehey, mentioned that he believed that Mary's illness was skin cancer, or more specifically, melanoma. Silent Hill was also known to have many illnesses that resulted in Brookhaven Hospital being created, which was a direct response to these sudden and inexplicable illnesses. This is further supported by the memos found in Brookhaven Hospital, which detail the doctor's documentation and explain much of the treated patient's actions and results of treatment. In Woodside Apartments, specifically room 207, they have balloons that state, "Welcome home." The purpose of these balloons are meant for an unlockable achievement called Let's Not Party. You unlock this achievement by popping all 11 balloons. However, what's interesting about this specific welcome home message is that it's very similar and possibly a reference to a message that also states welcome home in one of the Silent Hill 4 promotional advertisements. It's no mere coincidence that there are also 2 other Silent Hill 4 Easter eggs that have a newspaper article documenting the murders from Walter Sullivan, the antagonist from Silent Hill 4, and a replica of an apartment room in room 102 that closely resembles room 302 in regards to its interior design. In Lakeview Hotel, specifically on the employee floor, you can find a puzzle that results in you having to access the basement key to access the basement floor. Upon completing the puzzle, you get a symbol that is of the Sigil of Paimon. The Sigil of Paimon is a symbol that is of the spirit of the same name, Paimon, a demon that is closely tied to and worships Lucifer. Paimon is known for being unrelenting in his emotionally and psychologically manipulative tactics towards the victims he preys on. The Sigil of Paimon may be connected to Maria, as she is seen to, while different in her personality and her intentions, result in emotionally and sexually manipulative towards James from completing his journey and finding Mary. Such specific instances of these actions by Maria are seen, such as when they first meet on the pier in Rosewater Park, or in the jail cell in the Labyrinth. Themes of occultism aren't new to the Silent Hill series, as it has a profound use of mythology that is previously seen in the Halo of the Sun, Seal of Metatron, or the Floros. One of the most rewarding and accomplished feelings a player can receive upon consecutive playthroughs is an unlockable that mandates the player to undergo such requirements to meet the criteria. The same can be said with the unlockables in Silent Hill 2 Remake. However, one would come to find that there is a significant lack of a couple of unlockable weapons that were seen in the original Silent Hill 2 that didn't make it into the final game. These weapons would be the Hyperspray and the Great Knife. Because these weapons were cut, with the exception of the Great Knife, which resulted in a scripted gameplay sequence, I want to elaborate a bit more on the function and the use of said weapons for those unaware of the original. The Hyperspray was an item unlocked after completing the game with a specific star ranking that rewarded the player with different Hyperspray colors. These would come in 4 variations: purple, white, yellow, and green. Each variation would result in a different outcome with the damage output it inflicts upon an enemy. The green Hyperspray, for example, instantly kills all enemies and ends every boss fight immediately with a single spray. The drawback, however, results in having a limited quantity to use that can backfire by also inflicting damage on James over time. The irony of the Hyperspray being cut and removed from the remake is technically not true, since you can actually find the model of the Hyperspray in the top stairwell of Woodside Apartments. Unfortunately, this weapon is not possible to unlock after completing the game or with a requirement in mind. The Hyperspray found here is merely just a reference or an Easter egg to the original. The Great Knife was a weapon that was unlocked in the original Silent Hill 2 by exploring the labyrinth in a specific room found in Pyramid Head's lair, which you can acquire by simply interacting with it once found. The Great Knife deals considerably the best weapon damage towards enemies and bosses when it comes to melee attacks. The drawback of this weapon, however, is the lack of mobility as you drag it behind you when equipped, and the slow time frame when omitting an attack animation. The Great Knife, while technically accessible and equipped in Silent Hill 2 Remake, is only for a brief scripted gameplay sequence that mandates the player to bypass the mannequins blocking your progress. After passing the hallway, you are then forced to drop the Great Knife and cannot equip it again as a weapon. Bullet Adjust was a feature you unlocked after the first playthrough of the main scenario, which rewarded the player a multiplier of custom ability towards bullet quantity for firearms such as the handgun, the shotgun, and the hunting rifle. The bullet adjustment provided the option of multiplying the bullet capacity with times 1, times 2, or times 3. Extra riddle difficulty is the hardest difficulty when regarding the puzzles seen throughout the gameplay. This completely overhauls some of the puzzles with randomized outcomes and vague clues when problem solving for a solution. This is unlocked upon completing puzzle difficulty on easy, normal, and hard. Upon completing the puzzle difficulty on hard, this will then unlock the extra riddle difficulty the next time you start a playthrough. Born from a Wish was a sub-scenario that was accessible from the main menu that you can choose to play after finishing the main scenario, Letter from Silent Heaven. This was included in the expanded edition of Silent Hill 2 and the Restless Dreams for Xbox, Greatest Hits for PS2, or the PC version. In Born from a Wish, you play as Maria, previously seen in the main scenario as a major character in James Sunderland's story. Here, we get a prologue to the events of Letter from Silent Heaven, where we see Maria being birthed in Heaven's Night, from James Sunderland's subconscious desire to wish for an idealized Mary that is seen in Maria. It's here where we see Maria struggle to find a purpose and has existential thoughts of her existence, though continues to seek for a reason to keep on living by traveling to Baldwin Mansion to hopefully find answers there. As far as we are aware, we have not had confirmation in regards to Born from a Wish having its own scenario sometime in the future as DLC, or if it's content that's even considered to be realized and eventually released. Upon accessing the files in the PC version of Silent Hill 2 Remake, there are a couple of very interesting findings when regarding unused content. Early on in development, it appears that there was initially a different version of the save screen that you use via the red squares seen throughout the gameplay. Here, we can see the early version of the save screen showed James's face obscured by the red color filter that looks very similar to the save screen in the original Silent Hill 2. In the final version, however, this would be completely different as it chose to have a real-time save screen that showed an in-game model of James Sunderland. There are a couple of files that have the name Young James Work in Progress that feature facial features of seemingly early stages of a potential younger James Sunderland that would have possibly been de-aged in comparison to the final model we see of James. We do know that at some point in development, James had an overhaul to his character model when it came to the difference in the teaser trailer of Silent Hill 2 Remake back in 2022, in comparison to the final version we received with the released Silent Hill 2 Remake. There's an unused memo that shows what looks like to be a journal entry to the left-hand side of the page, while to the right-hand side, there is a description telling James the location of a car in a back alley with a key. This presumably refers to the car seen in the back alley in Southvale, where you acquired the apartment key for Woodset Apartments. This unused memo titled ID Badge _01 features a rusted and decayed advertisement of Silent Hill Post Office. The name, Jacob S., appears with a depiction of a mysterious figure faded out by the worn, decayed quality of the paper. We don't have a clue who Jacob S. could be, but this is likely a reference to Jacob Singer, the main protagonist of the psychological horror movie Jacob's Ladder. Jacob's Ladder was one of the main influences on the development of Silent Hill 2. Finally, a huge potential piece of unused content is found in the file titled True Ending _cardioctomy notes, which could be related to an unlockable ending that was once considered but scrapped entirely, or refer to a story found in the memos that is finalized with this unused memo. As of recently, a YouTube user called The Kempi made a video on Silent Hill 2 Remake that does a comparison with an early beta version of Silent Hill 2 Remake titled version 1.0 and the final version titled version 1.3. Version 1.0 shows very significant and minor changes to the cutscenes, audio, and gameplay. A couple of examples when it comes to notable cut content that has been found in version 1.0 is the staircase scene with Angela and James, which shows the presentation of the fire having a brighter and vibrant color. The Abstract Daddy boss fight originally had the flesh walls James is seen traversing have a breathing animation to simulate a physical and sentient quality to Angela's otherworld. Finally, the dog ending had a drastically altered cutscene that played out much differently compared to the final version of the dog ending we see in version 1.3. In the mountainous region of Ibisugaoka lives Hinako's best friend from childhood, Shu Iwai. At his residence, Hinako can explore the backyard to find a lonely outhouse that contains a familiar substance. Inside, Hinako can find various pills scattered across the room, but the topic of interest in particular are the white flowers that sit alone on a table. These flowers, according to the document Prescription to My Partner, details Shu's encounter with Hinako, asking him to supply her with medication that was more traditional, that didn't put strain on her body. This prescription was meant to treat her headaches, more specifically tension headaches that were induced by stress from her toxic relationship with her father, which usually saw her receive verbal and physical abuse as a result. What's interesting from this memo is the ingredients that Shu uses specifically in this concoction: gutsu root and peony. Gutsu is part of the Pararia genus of plants, native to several Asian countries, which saw inhabitants using gutsu roots in Eastern medicine for many years, for such benefits as reduced alcohol dependence, inflammation, and headaches. The peony is derived from the roots, flower, and seed of various Paeonia species, and has a long history of use in traditional medicine, particularly in Chinese, Tibetan, and Siberian systems, for a wide range of conditions. While this may sound like a list of normal herbal substances, what's interesting is the connection the peony plant has to a previous perennial herb that was documented in Silent Hill 1, called White Claudia. In the town of Silent Hill, you can find documents charting the effects and uses from White Claudia, such as how the herb is found nearby the water, has white oblong leaves, and seeds that contain hallucinogenic properties. Furthermore, reports show that the drug was used in ancient ritualistic ceremonies by the natives as a means to contact the spirits of the afterlife and the gods. In underground secretive cults, the Order would use this drug to conduct the ritualistic ceremonies to call upon the power and birth of the embryonic god, Incubus, that lie dormant in the womb of Alessa Gillespie, seen as the surrogate mother. With this context, one can connect the use of the peony ingredient toward not only White Claudia, but also the medication distributed to Hinako by Shu. The drug in particular is referred to as Kakura Makakura. The document, Research Notes on Exotic Herbology, details a forgotten medical book dating back to the Japanese Anei era, which tells of a foreign missionary that brought a Western translated text along with a mysterious medicine that he proposed allow the user to talk to divine spirits. For one to make contact with the gods, however, one would have to separate their soul, which would subsequently see the user fall unconscious temporarily. Furthermore, the last document of interest, Research Notes on Hakukuso, continues the research of the exotic herbology transcript, which sees Kakura Makakura is developed by grinding the seeds of a rare herb called Hakukuso. According to folklore, Hakukokuso can give one the ability to converse with the gods, visit their lands, and awaken dormant powers. Hinako the protagonist would frequently fall into a state of unconsciousness during various sequences throughout the story, where she would frequent the other world, known as the Dark Shrine. This is likely due to Hinako's perpetual abuse of the Gakura Makakura and the effects that it has on her, more specifically the red capsules which are supplied to her by Shu, which in conjunction derive the symptoms of hallucinations and a state of unconsciousness, allowing her to see divine spirits and gods, such as Fox Mask or Shichibi, and the nightmarish delusions projected from her trauma of the abuse she suffered from her father or the mental turmoil of her failed friendships, manifested into reality as monsters. In New Game Plus, Hinako can find a secret location in the Dark Shrine main hall called the Hermitage of Crimson Water. In this location lies a pool of crimson water along with a Shishi Odoshi, a water fountain designed to originally scare off animals that might damage crops, a garden, and a Shinto temple. Inside of the temple are various documents, but what's of interest is the Agura no Hotai-sama. This item is described as a medicine bottle that bestows the blessing of crimson water. The properties of this elixir is specifically stated to possess the, quote, power of imbued to the crimson water shall eradicate even the most wicked evil. Why this quote is so important is because of how it sounds loosely familiar to a certain red liquid called aglaophytis. Aglaophytis is a herb derived from the origin of the Peony family, Paeoniaceae, named after the Greek doctor Dioscorides. Aglaophytis would be an important plot device which forwards the catalyst for much of the endings seen in Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. In Silent Hill lore, Aglaophytis is deemed to have the ability to dispel demonic forces and grant supernatural protection to those who use the red liquid. Similarly, it seems that the Hotai-sama has a familial use but for different purposes. As opposed to being used on a mortal human, the item is instead used on what is referred to as ancient evil. In the mountainous region of Ibisugaoka by Shu's house lies the oldest Anari shrine that contains a pool of crimson water. This would serve purpose to the sacred sword, a weapon Hinako acquires if she finds offerings for all 5 G-Soul statues, which, if completed, is granted the sacred sword at the divine tree. By purifying the sacred sword, Hinako rids all of the evil energy possessed to the sword, which factors into the endings, Fox's Wedding and Ibisugaoka in Silence. The parallels between Aglaophytis and Agura no Hotai-sama is very prevalent with this context in mind, as they both contrast one another with similarities that could further connect and tie the religious and cult-like themes to its overarching narrative that possibly builds on the continuity of Silent Hill. If you were to visit Sakuko's residence before furthering the progression of the rice fields, Hinako could make a comment if she were to speculate Sakuko's house from afar at the front entrance on the first playthrough. Hinako comments, Sakuko always said she'd make the shrine popular as it used to be back in the day. If Hinako were to revisit Sakuko's residence on New Game Plus, Hinako could find a haunting silhouette of Sakuko's otherworld form, Sakuko-like entity behind the shoji sliding doors, dancing as the light illuminates her silhouette. In the rice fields, the scarecrows seen throughout the field attempt to disappear from the previous position if Hinako were to revisit said scarecrow. On the title screen, the background changes as you progress throughout the story and on subsequent playthroughs when a new ending is unlocked. Hinako also has notable attention to details when it comes to her facial expressions, such as being alerted and on guard when a monster is nearby, or when she consumes a red capsule. Once Hinako has the fox arm unlocked, if she were to remain idle, she admires her fox arm as she looks at it with content. Elsewhere in the rice fields, Hinako could find a house accompanied by a doctor who lives there, which is confirmed by finding documents scattered throughout the household. What's of interest here, however, is this radio. If you were to listen to the radio in the office, you can hear the audio saying "congratulations" repeatedly by various people until it becomes distorted. While this isn't confirmed, this is speculated to be possibly a reference to Neon Genesis Evangelion, where a similar scene plays out with the cast of characters surrounding the protagonist, Shinji, where they all collectively say to him, "Congratulations." Once Hinako and her friends reach Ibisugaoka Middle School, Hinako eventually reaches the second floor to find a classroom. In the back of the classroom, a piano music sheet can be found that is a reference to Silent Hill 1's main theme, titled Silent Hill. As per series tradition, each Silent Hill game intends to contain a secret UFO ending that can be unlocked whilst going under specific requirements to acquire the ending. In Silent Hill F, to do this, one must first complete the game on the first playthrough. After, then starting a New Game Plus playthrough. After the first encounter with the Kashimashi, Hinako can find a linear alleyway leading to an underground tunnel which contains a radio. By listening to the radio, Hinako can find a radio news broadcaster reporting various witness accounts of a UFO sighting in Ibisagaoka. After listening, Hinako is tasked with finding 3 posters located throughout Ibisagaoka. The first poster in the rice fields, the second poster in the back alleys, and finally, the third poster in the city district. If Hinako reads all of these in the correct order, she can head toward the Shisuruya general store to find a toy spaceship and a movie review of the Great Space Invasion. After reading, the UFO ending is unlocked, with a visual style presentation paying tribute to that of a manga, with Hinako and her friends joking about the sudden emptiness of Ibisagaoka, theorizing the citizens are being abducted by aliens. To prove they're human, the girls expose each other's embarrassing secrets, while Shu's attempt to embarrass one of them backfires and the girls collectively beat him up. Afterward, Hinako's parents show up and tell her and the friend group that all is well as the neighborhood watch chase off the aliens away. As Hinako heads back home with her parents, the scene changes to a UFO flying away, with none other than Mira the dog, a recurring joke character first seen in Silent Hill 2's dog ending. Once the UFO ending is achieved, if starting another New Game Plus playthrough, Hinako can venture back to the rice fields where the first poster was found, and, by interacting with it, is bestowed the PP-8001, a lightsaber-like weapon that is likely a homage to the unlockable weapon, the beam saber, from Silent Hill 3. Much of the attack animations and the design seem to be very similar when compared side by side. One of the costumes that can be unlocked, if purchased the deluxe edition, is the pink rabbit costume. This is a homage to Robbie the Rabbit, the in-universe mascot of Silent Hill, which first appeared in Silent Hill 3. The pink rabbit costume contains a cute pair of bunny ears and a bunny tail, much like the mascot it's based off of.